Everybody. I'm sorry for the slightly later start. Well, not even slightly later. It's around it's around 8. I like to start at 7. I do give myself that 1 hour opening. Um, I do have some things that I want to try and get done tonight. Not least of which is try and be a little bit more responsible about sleep. So today I was able to recapture a bit of that lost sleep. So I've knocked off one of the days of sleep debt, but I have a couple more to knock down. So part of that is about trying to take advantage of the weekend to get a proper sleep. But then there's still things that I want and need to get done over time. So um, I guess the best I can say is that I want to do as much time as I can in this game because I've been quite enjoying it. But I also want to I kind of want to be responsible in terms of the in terms of how I'm spending my time this week. So just a heads up for this game, I will load in a little bit, but it's worth mentioning, particularly if you happen to be watching this on YouTube. There is some copyrighted music in the game, and so far as I can tell, there is not a streamer-friendly version to sort of disable anything that we don't have the broadcasting rights to. Now, I can mute the game's music, but I sort of feel like that's probably too far in the other direction. And, in the end, not every video needs to be monetized or whatever. Now, if the video winds up banned in certain regions, obviously you won't be able to hear this. But what may happen is that there may be more advertising, or there may be some other factors going on that I don't necessarily control. I'll try and keep an eye on terms of what's going on with that. But just a heads up that there are sometimes some factors that are out of my hands when games have those elements. On the other hand, it's important to remember the rights for rebroadcasting, or the rights to retransmit certain things are considerably more expensive, and I would much rather developers be able to spend money on things that they want rather than get tied up in a bunch of licensing complaints. So that's definitely not a complaint about the game. The one thing, I guess, if on a wish list thing, might be the option to sort of mute. So if you play a game like Old World, they have the option to mute music that that you can't transmit as a broadcaster. I personally find that very helpful. But the thing is, again, you're taking resources away from one thing and putting it into another specifically for streamers. And, again, my view is not every video needs to be monetized, right? So anyways, with all of that out of the way, the other bit of disclosure I need to give is that this is a game that I was given by Cube Games for promotional purposes. I'm actually really happy to finally have the time to sort of get to it and play it. And if you are interested in trying this game out, you may find a little more value in the previous episode, or even the one that I did before that, because I talked a lot about the history behind this game. But what we're going to be playing, and actually I can afford to jump into the game now. But what we're going to be playing tonight is a continuation of that playthrough. So it may mean that some of the position hasn't quite been established, or maybe it's a little bit of a harder time to get a read on what's been going on. But I'll do my best to try and explain what's happening, because that helps me understand. Why can't you see the game? Well, here's what we'll do. There we go. All right, I'm going to take a quick second here and see if I can do a better job of getting the game on the screen. I'm not going to spend too much time maintaining things, but as I was saying before, I'm very happy that Cube Games reached out to to ask if I wanted to cover the game. They did a really good job of sort of identifying my interests, and this is definitely the sort of game I like playing. So I'm delighted that I get a chance to show this off. And it actually took me a while to start broadcasting it, which I felt quite bad about. Sorry, I'm just taking a second here. I've got a lot of games in my OBS list, so I want to make sure that I'm not... Yeah, interesting. Okay, so it doesn't seem to have any problems there, but yeah, it took me quite a bit longer to do this game than I had intended. I played it once, and then there was this big kind of gap in between, and that's just a function of all the stuff that I had to play. And it's worth mentioning that there was actually a big milestone for this game. So they recently released the a new DLC, which is about the Punic Wars, so Rome versus Carthage. So for this game, the discounts associated with the release of the DLC are now done. So the base game is at full price, $39.99 Canadian, or whatever your regional equivalent is. There is a complete edition, so you can get a 20% discount if you want all of the DLC for it. So that's Imperiums Greek Wars, Imperiums Age of Alexander, and Imperiums Rome versus Carthage. Now, one thing that I like that this developer has done, and you can't actually take this for granted. I like that a lot of developers do this, but again, it's not one that you can always take for granted. You can buy get the complete the set option, so you can buy the DLC on their own, and you get well, in this case, it would be a 10% discount, I think, because of the DLC. I'm not 100% sure how that winds up working, but yeah, in any case. You get a discount associated with just filling out what you're missing. So if you want to pick up the game and then sort of fold in the DLC as you keep playing, that's one option available to you. And if you want to buy the thing, as one big go, you can get a bit of a discount there as well. And I should mention that there is actually also a free DLC associated with the game. So the first DLC was Age of Alexander. The second DLC, the most recent one released, Rome versus Carthage. But there is a free DLC called Troy. I've not tried them because I'm still getting a handle on the existing game. And of course, as you can imagine, because I was given a copy for promotional purposes, you of course want to keep that in mind if you're making buying decisions off of whatever I say. But I don't think I'm that persuasive. And I don't know. I'm having a good time with this, so I hope that comes across clearly from my dialogue, although apparently I can't actually get that out now. One thing that I actually quite like, if you take a look at the reviews, there's quite a few positive reviews on here, and it actually also looks like the developer's quite responsive. There's a lot with developer responses on them. So if you're into this type of game, I think it's one that you probably want to keep, at the very least, keep an eye on. And one aspect that I haven't really talked about, and I'm not really going to, because I feel like it'd be better for me to spend more of the time playing the game than maybe I have in the past. There is the option to create a scenario, and I was thinking, I've been talking about Alpha Centauri a lot lately with people. And that was one thing I really liked about Alpha Centauri. Maybe this is true for some other civs as well. But you had the option of being able to sort of, design your own level. You could actually open the editor in the middle of your session. So if you wanted to make some changes while you were in the middle of a game, you could do that. And in fact, there is a GURPS module for basically Alpha Centauri, the role-playing game, which has some details about the game which I don't think were in the game manual. But it actually has some rules for converting a Alpha Centauri, an Alpha Centauri play session into a setting for a campaign, which I thought was certainly not a necessary, but a really interesting idea. I don't know if that RPG was widely played, but I don't know. Just looking at the option to create a scenario definitely put me in mind of that, and it's something I'm kind of interested in checking out. I have to assume that this makes the game very replayable, because on top of all of those factions that you get to unlock, I have to guess that there's a pretty active community. Actually, I guess I can go on the community hub and see what kind of scenarios people have cooked up. Workshop. From Heaven Fantasy mod. Interesting. Oh, there's multiple fantasy mods. That's really interesting that that's the first place people would go. Anyways, let's load the session that we were playing before. Okay, so there's definitely a few things that I need to get taken care of. So first of all, we actually wound up losing a city to rebellion. These are hoplites, right? Or peltasts, sorry. So yeah, at some point I'm going to want to put down, get some nomads and build them, rebuild the city here. We're doing quite well in terms of the, invasion of this region. So, and this was sort of originally revenge for the loss of our king, but of course we're going to really take advantage of this and take them all out. But I believe we're also at war with, I can't even remember what, honestly, I don't remember what faction they are. I bet if I go to the diplomacy screen, I can get an idea. I gotta remember how all this works. Right. So we can barely even see the Dardanians on the map anymore. So we are at war with the Inkele tribes, or Inchele. I'm pretty sure it's Inkele. We are also at war with the Odrysian kingdom. Athens is here now. Athens we actually wound up doing unexpectedly well with in war with. We did have an option for peace, but what I'm thinking of here is. We try and get this last little bit of Athens before we declare peace. We're at war with Chalkidike. We're at war with the we're at peace with the Thessalian League and the Molossian Kingdom. I hope that's right. But yeah, essentially what I'd like to do is basically make sure that I'm able to sort of direct my attention to one place with my various armies. Now, in terms of expansion, again, there's a few options that I have here. So first of all, I have this city that I want to build, and this is really just replacing something that I had lost from rebellion. There's lots of expansion opportunities up here. So once the wars are done, or once I have some free armies to work with, we'll move up. At the very least, we want to take advantage of some of the resources. So there's a stone quarry up here. There's a wood, well, this says woodlands, but this is clearly a stone quarry as well. Oh, no, sorry, stone quarry just below. Here's a gold mine. And there used to be a settlement here. I think possibly because it was only size 1 when we took it over, it was destroyed. But this is one of these things where, it's well within our power to be able to found a city and claim these resources. So one city here. one city here. I definitely want to direct some military resources to be able to take Neapolis. So this is not necessarily an overwhelmingly strong army, but we're not necessarily fresh ourselves. So I will probably want to think a little bit about how I'm going to handle that. The big thing here is that taking Neapolis presumably gives me a claim on the gold mine, as well as the resources up here. And then again, if we can drive Athens from... I don't know if Athens has Thassos, by the way. If we can basically just make it so that we sort of have this nice sort of barrier for ourselves, saying it's like, okay, this is my territory. Nobody's going to be able to mess with us here. Again, I can choose to direct my forces, wherever. Maybe we commit them to a really hard campaign in the West. Maybe instead we say, okay, we actually care a little bit more about being able to expand our reach into Persia. I would personally prefer to focus on the western side, and that's just because that gives me the option of trade with some other partners. Of course, that will help me achieve the objective. So that would be the Northern League. So essentially we want to be, I believe in this case, we want to have 4, is it defensive alliances? Northern League. Macedonia's position among Hellenic nations remains on the periphery. We need to befriend and make a military pact with similar states in order to prove our worth to the rest of the world. One other thing that I was working on is my current food generated. So right now, we are, I believe, losing a lot of food to spoilage. So in this case, 12.7. So one question I was sort of looking at, which I couldn't get a clear answer on in the manual, but again, I was looking at this just a few minutes before I started. It's not entirely apparent to me as to whether or not the spoilage is considered from food before trading or after trading. So the idea here would be that if the spoilage is calculated, so like basically if I can trade 12 food and not have to worry about spoilage, that's clearly better, because then I can build up the resources that I really need. If, on the other hand, the spoilage happens, they calculate the amount that spoils and then they discount your trade, then, you want to be a little more cautious, because, of course, you can't trade what's been spoiled. So, I don't have a clear idea about whether or not, what order that happens in, but it's something that I'll play around with and figure out. One other consideration that I have is just the overall state of my cities. So I've been very slow to repair them, counter to what the game recommends. So here we need 1358 for stone. For this city, I think we've at least put out the fires. Obviously, we're going to need stone to be able to found this city. I think everything else is in good repair. I guess I can just use the next idle city. But yeah, I need to get an idea in terms of, so the biggest problem I have right now is the amount of stone that I get per turn is quite low relative to what I need. And so that's going to be one where again, the most sensible approach would be to gain access to those resources for myself. But it may be a natural choice for future trade. One other thing that I'm going to want to figure out at some point too is exactly, one, how the combat measurements work, but number two, what the best trade-off between spending resources to sort of reconstitute an army and just letting them fight weak. I definitely feel like I've been overspending in terms of in terms of recovering the military. But these are things we'll sort of figure out. What I might do is, my plan is as I go through this playthrough, now that we're making specific decisions, so I've got my strategic decisions here, right? Claim the gold mines, claim this, claim the stone quarries, try to put the hurt on Athens, which will likely involve creating more military units. These are some fairly... How you doing, Algrins? These are some pretty clear goals, and if I'm running into a situation where I feel like I'm not quite clear on why things have turned out the way that they do, this is a great time for me to either consult the in-game library or to consult the manual. I don't need to be handheld by the tutorial anymore, and I don't necessarily need to leave it to chance. Like I have resources that I can call on to be able to figure these things out. So let's end the turn. I'm intrigued at that troop build-up in Chalkidike. I don't know if they're going to be going after Athens or if they're going to be coming after me. Okay. Nuts! I was really hoping that wouldn't happen. I took a chance, but that definitely didn't turn out. And the other drawback is I don't think I have much in the way of military units to get some replacements. Okay, now I was waiting on the blacksmith, but honestly at this point I think I'm going to pick, I think I'm going to research city defense. Information about the treasure chest. Legend says that a wealthy king had a treasure of great value before he died, but nobody has been able to decipher the hints he left behind. However, our spies have found a scroll showing the location of the cache. We should send one of our heroes or generals to find the lost riches. So, absolutely we want to do that. Oh, it's all in Chalkidike. Well, that gives us a reason to be on better terms with them, I suppose. Thank you very much for the elevation, Algrins. I have no idea how to do that in... So I've got the chat highlight settings, but I don't have an icon for that. I'm wondering if I can get the shoutout command working. A gizmo next to the bits. Okay, cool. So shoutouts are working for me. Yeah, it says I can't cheer in my own channel, so that's probably why I don't have that. How you doing, Index No? Chevron shape? Okay, I'll check it out when I'm on the browser. The thing is, I know, like, at least for Facebook, there's no not that I go on Facebook. I think it's been months since I've been on Facebook, but possibly years. But I know I had to use it when I was in Vancouver when because I couldn't contact other people through it. But basically, there's like no one version of that app. There's constantly there's lots of small changes, and they just kind of segment their user base. Part of it's for testing, but I also have a feeling part of it's also just deployment. So it's, it's just one of these things where I suspect with Twitch it might be the same, where when they roll out a feature, it's going to be sort of rolled out for like waves of users. And I wouldn't be surprised if I'm just one of the people who's left behind. I'm doing all right, Index Gnome. I'm still feeling a little bit. I'm not feeling like sleepy tired. I'm just sort of feeling a bit worn out, and I'm actually honestly feeling very stressed out about work. But the big thing is I want to try and like leave that aside on broadcasting, because obviously we're here for the games and we're playing a really cool game about a piece of a part of history which I sort of feel is a really suitable time for a game and doesn't get covered by a lot of games. So, and again, I was delighted to see the post that Cube Games put out saying that it seems like people sort of really engaged with Rome versus Carthage. Like it looks like in the strategy section, it sort of highlighted. It got a decent placement inside of it. Obviously, when you play a game and you're into a game, you'd love to see it like at the very top of the Steam charts. But there's a lot of people trying to do that. So, don't work. You have a Twitch career to think of, and you really can't be letting them get to me like this. Yeah. It's a tough one. Like my direct manager is quite good. The one thing I do feel a little crummy about is I feel second guessed on a lot of things which I don't necessarily think I should be. And there's something I've been working on which has turned out to be a lot more involved than it seemed at the start. And I think one of the big problems I personally run into is that there's a bunch of inbuilt stuff at work, and it's constantly complained about, and it's constantly talked about how it should be sort of replaced or we should work around it or whatever. And largely I have done that. But what I also tend to notice is that the specification tends to shift. Like I'll get sort of agreement on something, and then a few meetings later, I will find I don't have that agreement all of a sudden, and then I have to change something after the fact. And for me, the track record has always been, if I build something myself, it works. Now, sometimes it'll work to a specification which we're not shooting for, which most recently happened here. But that's fine, because like for me, when I look at that, I'm like, okay, well that's fine. I can now change it to what the new target is. But I suspect what happens is people are like, oh, yep, see, it's not working. You know, should have done with the old work tools or whatever. And like this is probably just going like reflecting, like the problem that I have with that is that there's a credibility problem, and I know like when it comes to things like references and all of that, that's going to be a potential problem in terms of talking about whether or not I can do good work. And it's tricky because from my point of view, like I definitely know how hard I've been working on some of this stuff, and I can definitely mention some specific times where I feel like the rug was kind of pulled out of me on this project. But there's also certain ways that you can talk about this stuff which sounds like you are, you know, accepting responsibility and like doing, you know, being a good worker and so on and so forth. And then there are ways that you can talk about this stuff and sound like you're completely trying to evade responsibility. So, anyways, that's kind of where it's all going. So, morale is starving. Clemobrotos' army has dropped by 16%. Clemobrotos' army is starving and its morale has decreased to 16%. Hardship of military life is felt more intensely when the unit is cut off from supplies. A solution should be found soon as the reliability of the unit decreases with every turn. So yeah, I'm a little surprised that we have someone who's starving, but... resource production. The country's resource reserves play a very important role in the game. You can trade all resources with the exception of citizens and happiness. Here are a few hints to help you keep resource production and consumption in balance. Improve cities and make them trading centers. Gold. Improve cities and make them trading centers. Build blacksmiths near gold mines and always have cities and gold mines fully functional. When gold is in short supply, decrease the birth rate support, reduce the number of units, and target enemy gold mines and cities first in wars. When worst comes to worst, pillage your own cities. Coal. Build economical improvements in cities and blacksmiths, and when in need, conquer enemy coal mines and even destroy some of your blacksmiths if you cannot find coal any other way. No, it's actually quite large. The tricky part here is that we have a pretty crummy IT department. So I'll give, there is I don't want to talk too specifically about the I don't want to talk too specifically about the tech, but like there are a couple of big systems which have been like very large and expensive projects that have sort of been intended to be these big generalized systems. And we will have sort of two major calculations that need to be done. And in fact, in terms of the people that we tend to hand this stuff off to, they, they'll usually ask for one. And then there's a third one that you can do, which is sort of a combination of the two. And that doesn't necessarily get used by us that much, but it's kind of nice to know that we can do it. And basically, one of the two is actually something that can be produced by this tech. And apparently for years, they have been asking for the second way, and they insist that it cannot be done. Like that to do so would require, millions or whatever. And again, this is all internal, but they're still, they're going to want, they're going to want us to take it out of their budget and give it to theirs and so on and so forth. And this is nonsense. Like this is the sort of thing that I can code. Like I can do this in Python and like NumPy, but like, give me the data, give me a Python session with NumPy. I can do that calculation in like 2 or 3 lines. Now I understand there's a bunch of infrastructure that you want to do, and there's some reliability that you want to put inside of that. But this is not a difficult calculation to do, and I really want to know where this like $1 million number is coming from. But what's really frustrating about it is that third calculation, that is the combination of the two, that is something that is actually available in the program. So I want to know how they're calculating that third one if they're saying it's not possible to do the second one, which is getting requested from us. So this project that I've been doing is, essentially we've decided to do this second calculation. This is one of the things we want to provide to someone. And essentially I sort of decided, there was like a hybrid way we can try and use some of the old systems or that. And what I noticed was every time I would send them an email to try and like bring the two sides together, there'd always be like some other thing that they would ask for that was necessary for the change to be done. And it's like, it really would have been nice a couple months ago when we were talking about what you needed to know that you needed this other bit of information as well. Because like I've been waiting a while to have this thing set up. And eventually I said the hell with it. And I just store everything that I need in an SQLite database. So like, it's not great. Like I think the technical name for this is Shadow IT. But the thing is that, and this is the one point I keep stressing, is that everything that I do, arguably the reason why people are second guessing so much of my stuff is that it's completely transparent. You can see exactly what calculations are being done and how. There's a full record of every change that people are making. Like, it's, I think honestly the way this stuff should be done, like I'm not a database administrator. I understand that probably to do something at scale in an organization that there are some things that I don't need to worry about, and I've only taken on the easy parts of the problem that this group has taken on. But to be honest, like the difference between delivering what the client wants and saying, oh yeah, sorry, it's going to cost us like another $1 million to, however many years to get the calculation you really want performed. Like that's just not, like, honestly, I don't know why they've been using our stuff, this long without getting what they wanted. But yeah, so like, again, the stress is just like, I feel like I understand this project very well, and I have some very clear ideas about how it should be done. And I think the thing that's probably really been difficult for me is that, again, I feel I've gotten sort of the sign off on a bunch of things only to sort of find out later and close to the deadline that actually people want to go to this other thing that was the old way. And it's like, I'm not saying you can't do it. Like, again, it doesn't have to be my way or the highway, but man, it sure would be nice to have that information early. Like, at the very least, just don't say yes to stuff that, that's going to be said no to later. So, but I suspect I'll probably work for free a little bit over the weekend so I can just have the peace of mind about it. But hopefully next week it's all done, and that means that it's done like early, and then I don't need to worry about it anymore. And again, I'm sure as far as my career is concerned, like there's damage and maybe I'll not be able to recover from it. But at that point, I just need to look for another place. I thought this one was going to work out really well. I don't know how I feel about it after this project though. And I mean, last year I was looking at moving to Ubisoft, and it seemed like things were on an improvement, but I really don't know how I feel after this project. So anyways, now that I've told my sad story about work, let's go back to the resource production. Increase production by taking enemy stone quarries, and in a dire situation, sell some buildings or pillage your own cities. Iron, increase production by taking enemy iron mines. In the worst case, sell some buildings and pillage your own cities. Food, build cities on tiles surrounded by plains and grasslands close to river tiles, and build fields and farms around them. If food is in short supply, decrease birth support, reduce the number of units, and raid enemy cities. In the worst case, pillage your own cities. Food cannot be stored for long, and the portion that has gone bad will be thrown away at the end of each turn if the country is at risk. Even if the country is at risk of starvation. Wood, build cities close to forests, woodlands, and hills to chop wood in forested regions. This is, in fact, one reason why I haven't chopped down those woods. If you get in with Ubisoft, can I get a reference? This dude in chat's kind of funny. Let him write for Assassin's Creed. I would definitely not be doing writing. Although I would actually, I think when I was interviewing, it's not the lead studio anymore, but it was actually the group that does at least some of the Assassin's Creeds. I probably would have been working on Rainbow Six, though. They didn't specifically tell me what, but I have a feeling that I would have been working on Rainbow Six. Build cities close to forests, woodlands, and hills to chop... sorry, we got that. Influence. Generation of influence points increases with the size of the cities. Increasing the birth rate and a bigger population bring more knowledge points. Build cities and support higher birth rate to increase the number of citizens. Slaves, build or conquer a slave market and increase the birth rate in your cities. When you conquer a foreign city, you can enslave part of its population. And to keep your citizenry happy, choose a more democratic government, maintain resource reserves, and keep your army strong enough to defend the country. Civil service and loyalty improvements in cities improve the mood in general. Use the army in the event of local uprisings. Resource production and consumption in the country is summarized in the resource usage map that can be accessed either by clicking on the resource panel or from the state window. Okay, so first thing we want to do is... we want to try and make sure that we can recover from that loss, so... Okay, I need gold to build peltasts. And we actually lost gold. Interesting. Okay. There's a unit here, right? Oh, this is here's a question. The starvation. So let's bring this unit back out. So the drawback I have is that in one sense I want to... Oh, actually, they're looking really worse for wear. Short odds, okay. Again, we're going into... I should have done this earlier. So I'm a little worried these guys might die. So, okay, here's one thing I'm going to do. I'm actually going to He lives on the wrong side of the northern hemisphere for your words to mean anything. Sorry, I think I might have missed a message that you said before Index Gnome. So I'm gonna be a complete scumbag and like change the. I'm gonna reload the save if this unit dies, but I kind of want to see if throwing 3 sets of units will fix this problem for me. Okay, so that's a draw. We're definitely worse for wear, but okay, that's looking good. I should have taken a look at the prospects. Cool. The Dardanian Kingdom was defeated. The Dardanian Kingdom was defeated and all active units disbanded or joined the army of another state. Our armies have won great victories against the Dardanian tribes. May the gods look favorably upon us. We have avenged the king. 5 additional tiles were taken. Army morale with the Inchele tribes was improved by 12%. 2 damage units were repairs. Spies have spotted 1 unit of Athens. New resource yields are +7 for wood, +3.8 for stone. New strategic objective, border security has been agreed upon, and new strategic objective, Hellenic League, has been agreed upon. Okay, so, good. I'm going to definitely need to fix my army after this, but the enemy has been defeated and new provinces annexed, but we cannot count on their loyalty yet. By building a great statue to commemorate the defeated side with respect and honor, we could win the loyalty of our new people. And small amounts of gold and iron, I can see that happening. Actually, this is a nice big windfall for us. So first of all, let's make sure that we repair. Okay, so 24 to repair the city here. Are we just not able to repair these guys? That's a shame. I think they know we successfully invaded them. Okay, so I guess the question I would have is how do we build this statue? Our northern border is still not secured. We should take steps to ensure the barbarians no longer threaten us. We need to conquer territories all the way to the western lakes, and then the Illyrians, Dardani, and Kele ought to be quelled for good. Okay, so yeah, it's clear that we need to go west here. I was hoping to redirect some of my forces for other purposes, but looks like this one's fully healed. Okay, so we've got 2 sets of... Okay, these guys aren't fully healed. I really would like to have the Peltasts be involved, but I think I actually need to reinforce this side of the map for myself, so... Now for you, so I'm going to try the self-heal option again. I don't feel super good about it, but... Okay. Oh, hang on. Victories over our enemies should be celebrated, yet we should take care to honor the bravery not only of our soldiers, but of the enemy as well. This monument in the form of a lion will represent the strength, courage, and sacrifice of all who perished in the war. So yes, I think that's the statue that they're looking for. There's actually quite a bit here. So let's start with Lion of Victory. The victory statue in the shape of a lion will soon stand in the location of our great triumph. In the Memoriam, Dardanian Kingdom in Denthelate will be finished soon. How you doing, Vanguard Master? I know last week I was intending to give you some feedback on the new page. I'll see if I can do that tonight, and if not, I'll try and do that for you tomorrow. For those of you who don't know, Vanguard Master has been working on a game and is, I think, currently funding it, or at the very least will be looking for funding soon. We did talk about the Kickstarter a little bit earlier, but one thing that he's been, I don't know whether or not this is a wise choice, but certainly he has chosen to do so, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to try and help. He's reached out just for some feedback on the pages. So if you're wondering why I'm well, that's a worry. This is what I keep referring to whenever I'm apologizing to him for so I guess this flag means the capital, which means I'm in deeper trouble than I thought. So let's go. I definitely want to build new units then. I can actually afford to build another one, but let's try and go for nomads. Oh. Looks like they're already building them. Okay. Let's see what happens next turn. They're going to abandon that city, right? Okay, so we got a few things to work with. Peace proposal. Do you want to accept signing the peace treaty from Thessaly Ferae? Arcadia initiated the talks, and Thessaly Ferae agreed to negotiate peace with you. Who are these people? They're pretty close. I think they're also part of my objective, aren't they? Yeah, I would very much like to not be at war with them. Tax the rich. The treasury is not bottomless. Watch your spending, and if needed, use extra measures. We could tax the wealthy citizens to make them share the burden of managing a country. Positive impact, a great amount of gold. Negative impact, happiness, decreases significantly. Some cities might rebel, and units might desert. And army morale towards some enemies might worsen. So yeah, we're definitely not going to do that yet. Caravans heading to the Thessalian League were attacked. Bandits attacked the traders traveling to the Thessalian League and stole 46% of the goods. You should choose the trade routes more wisely or find another way of how to exchange goods with the Thessalian League. Eugenius's army is starving and its morale is decreased by 14%. The hardship of military life is felt more intensely when the unit is cut off from supplies. A solution should be found as soon as the reliability of the unit decreases with every turn. Counselor, the size of your army. Too much of the country's wealth is spent on the military, and the people start to show their dissatisfaction with this situation. The impact on general happiness is a decrease of 15%. You might claim that all of this is done to protect the safety and well-being of your people, but the citizenry thinks that maintaining such a big army is too costly and unnecessary. You can appease them either by decreasing military power or by increasing the population count by providing a higher birth rate support. Either way, the size of the army is a sensitive topic, and you should try to keep the ratio between your armed forces and citizens balanced. That's really interesting. Territories. The map is divided into territories that correspond with historical regions. These may not always match the state borders. You can enable the territory view of the map by clicking on this button in the settings panel on the right side of the map menu. Territories affect the resource production of all map items within their boundaries, including the mined resources and the food and wood yields from tiles. They also affect local happiness on these tiles in the same way. The more the territory you own, the more efficient the resource production. Conversely, owning only a small part of a territory decreases the resource yields. It is therefore beneficial to expand your lands following the natural and historical affiliations that connect the regions together. This approach will bring you... Okay, I gotta read this again because I'm really zoning out on it. The map is divided into territories that correspond with historical regions. These may not always match the state border. Oh, I get it. Okay, so there's regions other than the borders that I see. You can enable the territory view in the map. Right. Territories affect resource production of all map items within their boundaries, including mined resources and food and wood yields from tiles. They will also affect local happiness on these tiles in the same way. The more of the territory you own, the more efficient the resource production. Conversely, owning only a small part of the territory decreases the resource yields. It is therefore beneficial to expand your lands following the natural and historical affiliations of the connected regions together. This approach will bring economical benefits in the long run rather than just pursuing immediate tactical goals. The final bonus or penalty applied to resource production for the territory is further affected by the game difficulty. Okay, so let's actually take a look at... Okay, so this is pretty clear. There's a couple areas where we're a little short, but okay. So first things first, I want to go to areas that are fully supplied. Actually, that's not entirely true. So I can't heal this. I probably should have been healing this unit, but I want to claim the goodies. I'm not quite sure about the choice to move so many units out of here, but... God, self-heal takes forever. Okay, this army's been sitting here just because of the damage. We're tantalizingly close in terms of the stone, but we're not quite there yet. I want to see if we have another. So we did pay for the lion, so it may be that next turn we have a surplus of gold, but I want to keep an eye on that. Now, I have a couple of choices here with these nomads. What I was originally planning on doing was building the city here, but what might actually make some more sense would be to build near the stone and the gold mine, so that I can take advantage of those resources a bit faster. What I am going to do, though, is take sort of the long way through there. Now, this area is going to be a little bit different, so I'm going to focus on the terrain bonuses because I have an advantage against the Athenians here. But because they're the only unit, yeah, so we can... I actually don't think we can... Yeah, so it's 20s all around. And I don't have the action points to fortify, so I think I will just hold the line here. Now, as for this gentleman, I guess one of the things I'm trying to figure out in this game is how you take territory when there's short supply. So yeah, we're not doing anything with these guys yet. So I was going to build more peltasts, but it did say that people are getting cranky over the over too many military units. So what else can I do about the situation? We already built a Lion of Victory. We don't need another one. Okay, not much we can do there. I think at this point I'm just going to wait for the arrival of the reinforcements. It seems slightly smarter than just trying to build my way out of this problem. Takri, how you doing? Sorry for the silence. I'm just trying to think about the best way to... The fact that I'm not able to build units has really thrown a kind of a wrench in my plans. Got a day off today. That's great to hear. As you know from our chat, I could use one of those. Actually, I did wind up... I didn't want to, like... I'm trying to resist the urge to improve things by buying things. But I did pick up a couple of... books for recently. So one, I got Traveler 5th edition. I'm told the Mongoose 2nd edition is actually a little bit more user-friendly, but I believe Traveler 5th edition is from the people who originated it. So from what I understand, Traveller is a very old but very interesting role-playing game. And I actually think it might have been something that was an influence on Julian Gollop, who's well known for being the one to make XCOM, among other games. Actually, his company Snapshot Games, the real headline-getting game was Phoenix Point, which is obviously his return to the genre that he sort of, I think it's fair to say, if did not invent, at least at the very least, had a very large role in popularizing. But I would say their earlier game, Chaos Reborn, is probably, like, it seems to have been a reasonably successful game. They were obviously able to make their second title, but I think in the case of Chaos Reborn, like I think it's a very well done game, which I still find people haven't heard of. Why the hell was I talking about? Oh yeah. No, sorry. So in any case, it's a developer that I sort of follow when I can, and I was interested in Traveller as soon as I heard of it, and then apparently FASA also made a bunch of modules for it before they started making BattleTech and Shadowrun and Earth Dawn. But it's the 3-volume rule book, so it's probably going to take me a little while to go through it. And then I got a comic, which I think it's the first comic I've read on a tablet. So I'm just hoping there's no like 2-page sections to it. But anyways, that's what I did to make myself happy today. And then I'm going to try and like not spend anything for the next couple of weeks. All right, this game can be won in several different ways. You can claim victory by becoming a military superpower, culturally or technologically superior to other nations, by collection points for conquered cities and territories, or by becoming the only civilization ruling most of the Mediterranean. Completing any of the victory conditions does not mean the game stops. You can choose to continue and go for another victory condition. The list of all victory conditions is accessible from the state window. This was the last piece of advice that we hope will make your start in the game easier. The Imperiums library is there with much more detailed explanations of all the rules and mechanics. You can also refer to excuse me, the game manual, where you should find all the information you might need. Okay, this is the real end of the tutorial, and we wish you good luck and fun conquering the world. Also, I am glad you liked the end to Kree. Like I said, I was a little worried about how people might react to it. You'll have to pick that one up. I've been looking at the Fallout RPG. I did not know there was a Fallout RPG. Oh, interesting. So it looks like they've fortified. I think I'm going to do the same. Finally, we can repair the city. So I guess I should try and think about like how... Okay, 4 or 5 out of 6. Okay, 1.5. So I guess the trick here is I just need to make sure that I have... Oh, nope, I'm going to starve. I actually think I'm going to reload the turn for that. You might be joining a game eventually if the schedules ever work out. That's cool. Yeah, I will confess I've played a little bit of the Interplay, I think, Fallout, the turn-based one, or the top-down RPG, CRPG. And I've also played a little bit of Fallout 3, but not enough to, like, maybe the tutorial, I think, is probably the fair way of putting it. Okay, so now that... sorry, I'll stop talking about Fallout for a minute and talk about the plan. So we definitely need to reinforce the east right now. I'm gonna take something of a long route to, because like this is just claiming extra territory, right? So now this is a settler, so I'm not crazy about this choice, but honestly it feels like we're probably gonna have to do a bit more here before we can like, I don't think there's a lot that's going to be happening in the east that I can take advantage of. So in this case, I'll fortify. My big fear is that Neapolis is going to build another unit, and whatever advantage I can get is going to be wiped out faster than I can capitalize on it. But yeah, so what I'm trying to do here is just claim the territory near these mines that I want to build in. The armies that are not at full health, I want to be able to kind of keep in better heal inside. We'll self-heal again. We're sitting on a lot of coal. Okay, let's see if there's some trade that we can get into. So I'm going to try a full 3 for 3 here. I'm actually going to try and go for 4 here. We'll offer the proposal, see if they take it. And again, it might be nice to try and get the stone instead, but I'm going to use the gold first. Because again, well, I guess I'm technically can get gold from here. I suppose I can just cancel the trade if it doesn't work out for me. But what I'm hoping for here, so if I take a look at the breakdown of food, so it's 16 spoiled. I'll actually write this all out. Humble bundle? Oh, so is the is Fallout the Fallout RPG in the Humble Bundle, or? Oh, sorry, no, it was something that Edge Marion said. You can get the Fallout 1 on that site that sells books and games for charity. Okay, yes, Humble Bundle. Okay, I should actually for those of you who are interested, I do have a Humble Bundle link. So that's kind of embarrassing for me that I didn't know that. Let me just take a quick look and see. Oh, there's a no starch press bundle. That's very expensive. I'd like to try reading the Linux programming interface at some point, but maybe not for $60. Like the bundle costs about as much as getting that book on its own, so it's not quite the Witchcraft and Magic bookshelf, Corel Painter for this year, Unity tools, audio books from the Black Library, Unreal Unity courses. Really? So you say the Fallout RPG? Oh, you previously did. Okay, cool. Gotcha. Although it actually looks like there's a bit more here than I was just reading out. It actually looks like they've got a lot of stuff going on right now. One game bundle. Everything else is software and books. So that explains it. Yeah, I've actually been using DriveThruRPG a little bit more. It's a neat site. I understand that their terms are kind of brutal, but Like, I don't know what the publishing model is for RPGs, to be honest. I'm surprised that anybody makes money on RPGs. So yeah, we did actually lose a little bit of food last turn. So I could be throwing the country into disaster doing this. Okay, now there's one more thing that I want to do. We've sorted out the damaged, or well, have we actually? Expand additional information about the damaged parts of your country. And Kestis. 23. Okay, that's going to take us a while. Maybe we can buy our way out of that. I'm not sure. So one of the reasons I'm bringing the hero along is not just for the incoming fight, but there's also an appeal for me. Part of the appeal of bringing them over there is that they're closer to that. It brings them closer to that objective of the treasure chest. One thing that's kind of neat about this Athenian conflict is that I'm going to need to think a little bit about how I dislodge them, right? Like, both of us are in fortified positions, which, at least to my understanding, this would give the defender an advantage. But that doesn't mean that, like, presumably as a player, this is the time where I should be saying, okay, so here's some clever stuff that I can do to, outplay the computer. Because right now my approach has largely just been to overwhelm them with large numbers. But obviously, if the AI is able to get units to that location faster than me, that gets turned around on me really quickly. And that also winds up being a very costly way of achieving my objectives. I have to prove that we're smarter than our AI overlords. I mean, I'm getting beaten by the level 4 stockfish on Lichess. So I'm pretty sure I've got nothing... Nothing on the AI. The enemy has been foiled. We still hold Edessa and Agai. New Peltas at your service. Ambrasos army in Dobries obtained scouts improvement. Spies have spotted 1 unit of Athens. 1 damaged unit was repaired. Technology siege warfare was developed. Resource yields are plus 14.6, plus 9 food, plus 9 wood, and 2.2 iron. Now, this is going to mess a little bit with my numbers, but I do notice that we are actually up with our food. Oh, hang on. Maybe we went down by 1, actually. New technology. City walls and earthworks become essential for the defense of ancient cities. Conquests of a well-fortified city or settlement was very expensive in terms of money, time, and men. However, there was a wide range of strategies and machinery developed and used to crush the resistance and force the defenders into submission. New trade was accepted. Okay, so they gave up 4 for 3. Cool. Peace proposal. Do you accept signing peace treaty from Sparta? Aetolia initiated the talks, and Sparta agreed to negotiate peace with you. I wasn't aware we were at war with Sparta, but yes, I will accept the peace for now. Again, I'm interested in... Oh. Cleombrotos' army is under strong influence from another player and its morale decreased by 20%. I gotta keep an eye on that. So we don't actually see what influenced them. Influence of the Enkele tribes in Alkmani is growing and the morale of the city has dropped by 11%. Groups of powerful citizens led a campaign in the city and stirred waves of public unrest. Eugenius's army is starving and its morale is decreased by 6%. Hardship of military life is felt more intensely when the unit is cut off from supplies. A solution should be found as soon as the reliability of the unit decreases. As the reliability of the unit decreases with every turn. Imbrausus's army is starving and its morale decreased by 16. Hardship of 45 food is missing on the supply route with Chalkidike, and the trade agreement could be cancelled as a result. The inability to fulfill a trade agreement might force our trading partner to look elsewhere for more reliable deals. Okay. So I don't know what happened to that surplus food they were promising, but... what I think I'll do here, so let's take a look at our trade and say, obviously the one-to-one trade doesn't really work for me, so let's cancel that one just to balance things out. I also want to see if we can do a... Hang on. They want wood. Well, I get a pretty decent surplus of wood, so... let's say we'll give them 2 wood, and I want to try and get... I'm actually going to try and go for 4 stone out of this one. Okay, so let's start by taking a look at... Okay, yeah, so it is talking about low supply. I really don't want to be playing with fire on that, so... I'm assuming this is probably related to having more... Actually, what is this guy even doing here? Oh, I think I know what happened. Okay, so I'll still get them to self-heal. There was a waves... Okay, yeah, last reports. So yeah, the army thing, you'll notice that my happiness is now down under 100%. We used to be close to 120, so I do need to start losing some units. The other thing I'm a little less clear on is... city improvements. Like, it feels like there's not a lot of city improvements to be built here. Oh, that's possibly because we're... Right, okay, this is how we do that. So I think probably repairing... I think the best bet here is let's get all of our cities repaired first. Then we can worry about building the improvements. I also might want to stop using this nomad for capturing territory and instead just get them set up to within the range of the gold in the gold mine and the stone quarry. And I'm thinking maybe we want to consider hiring a general. Which I actually don't remember how to do. Generals are very powerful units that roam the map and affect the game in various ways. Each faction has its own general, but they all have the same attributes, and they differ in appearance and tile only. Um, so it's a state decision. So presumably, if I don't have it, it's because I. Okay, hiring a general is enabled when there's a sufficient number of military units but no general and enough gold and influence. Okay, so if I could get one, I would, but... So what if these games that we play are actually made by an AI that has remained hidden for all this time and is trying to learn what our strategies are so that it can eventually rise up and conquer humanity once it has learned all our tricks? Spoiler warning for those who haven't read a particular work yet, like that particular work of science fiction that I think a lot of people are familiar with. The AI has been working since the, I guess, late 70s? Was that when? Okay, actually, here's a fun thing that I learned about. So, I think most... I know it's not exclusively, because Index Gnome is here, but I think a lot of the... audience here is North American. So when you think of... like entrepreneurs starting a business, you think about them starting it in the garage, right? And apparently, like, this also applies to game development. That early game development is sort of referred to as something done in the garage, which always strikes me as a bit weird because I can't imagine keeping a computer in the garage, but apparently this was a thing. Now, I also live in an apartment now, so I don't have a garage, but that's another matter. But apparently in the UK, it's the bedroom. And, like, it's kind of funny because it didn't occur... Like, I've heard the reference to, like, I think, like, a bedroom game developer or whatever I actually don't remember the exact term that I'd heard, but, like, I just kind of, like, you know, I don't think I had the wrong impression... Or, sorry, I don't think I misunderstood what they were talking about. That basically they're sort of talking about someone who's working on their own. It is like a little bit of a side... it is a bit of a side business, but it's one of these things that's very scrappy and sort of being done at home and all of that. But the big thing, much like, you know, a garage... Like, we have the idea of, like, a garage band... it doesn't necessarily mean that that's actually where that stuff is happening. And so for the longest time, I genuinely had thought there were all these British game developers who were, like, founding their businesses in their bedroom for one reason or another, whereas it was just simply, you know, that just happened to be the equivalent of the garage. Now, that's one source that I heard that from. If somebody wants to kind of correct me the other way, I'd be interested, but I do think it's kind of funny that And, like, I have to assume that there's probably some moron in the UK who's, you know, my clone, who's thinking it's like, why are there all these computer programmers in garages? Like, but yeah, anyways. I might take a minute here to get some new tea. I'm sorry I feel like I've been kind of all over the place on this playthrough. But I think I just need a second to kind of get myself sorted out, and then we can try and crack this nut of, how to take on the enemy, but I won't like run. Well, actually, I am going to run ads because I think this might take more than a couple minutes. But I encourage you all maybe to get up and get a quick stretch, and then hopefully I will make a little bit more progress on this and have maybe be a little bit more clear on what my next few steps are going to be. So I'll see you all in a minute or two.
Here at Nissan, we have excitement down to a science. We call it Thrillology.
Okay, sorry about that. So the reason why I went for a slightly longer break was I made some pasta for dinner, and I thought it would be sort of nice to clean. Like, so I ate like just before I went live, so I wanted to put the leftovers away. And in addition to the tea, I got these. This is the worst thing I possibly could have done, but I every once in a while when I'm in the grocery store, I stop by the bakery and, just to look, and then all of a sudden I'm getting more than bread. So I saw these. They're like croissants, but they're covered with like a donut glazing, and I feel really bad for eating them, but it's kind of tasty. So yeah, that's why I took a break. Yeah, sorry for those of you who I made hungry with that. Okay, so what are we working with here? There's a few things that I'm kind of curious about. So clearly there's some kind of influence that's been performed on my units, which I'm not happy about. But I don't seem to have any kind of response for, which isn't great. Can we rebuild? No, we need 22, so we're waiting on that. Occasional decadence is allowed. This is Greece after all. Okay, there's no way to say this that doesn't make me sound like a complete degenerate, and I want to be a little bit careful because I'm not tagged as like a mature streamer. Like, I'm not going to say anything too bad, but it is sort of like a borderline kind of a borderline topic in terms of overall content. But I've been reading an essay by Alan Moore. I think it's called something like 25,000 Years of Erotic Freedom, and as you might guess, it's basically about pornography. And it absolutely goes to talk about ancient Greece and its art and such. And part of this is because I've been looking into some Steam sales data. And what's interesting is that if you have adult games turned off and you have adult games turned on, you get two very different pictures of Steam, particularly when you take a look at the top sellers lists. But on top of that, I'd been doing some research into sort of estimating the number of people who owned a given game. And there's some kind of surprising stuff that I'd sort of found out of all of that that study. I'm going to try something. I'm not sure how I feel about... Actually, I think I just exposed my general. So this is another one of these cases where I'll reset if I just suddenly wind up losing this guy. So the logic behind this is that if I've got the defensive bonus of 20, they shouldn't get a bonus from their fortification, so we're about even here, but I basically get to sort of push in a little bit closer to their territory as my reinforcements are showing up. Okay, so let's see what else the game throws at me. Okay, so I don't really have much else for you to do this turn, right? Nope, looks like we can take that. Okay, fair enough. Expose this as generally. Damn it, all grins. But yeah, like, so one of the things I've been trying to get a better view on, like, so the reason why I say this is like a kind of dodgy to talk about is that obviously the lamest reason in the world to be looking at something, titillating is, oh yeah, I'm doing research. Like, just enjoy that thing that you want to see, right? If that's your thing, like, I got no business shaming you for being into that, right? But like on the other hand, I am actually kind of curious, right? I would kind of like to have a better understanding in terms of this space, and specifically like the question that I'm most interested in is that, is there the phenomena of a game developer who works on, quote unquote, adult titles? I really don't like that term for like, just call it what it is, right? Because there can be a lot of very mature games, and there can be a lot of very mature games that don't have like blood or nudity or anything like that. But like the thing that I'm interested in is if people develop in that space, and use that to build sort of some underlying tech, right? Because there's a lot of things in game development that you can reuse. And if basically they can use the revenue or the, whatever they're building from working in one space to support their development on their like quote unquote real projects. So far as I can tell, that's not a thing that happens. But I am interested in whether or not there is such a phenomena. And then there's like a couple of other things. Like, so for some of you may know that like in the scandal that took down Richard Nixon, Watergate, there was an informant who was named Deep Throat, and Deep Throat was named after a very famous pornographic film of that title. And again, I feel really silly explaining this to everyone because I'm pretty sure everyone knows what that means, but just in case, we'll establish the common ground. But what that's describing is actually a period which I think is called porno chic. And there was a genuine worry at the time that this industry would overtake Hollywood because it was considerably easier to film those kinds of movies. And they were actually gaining a very high degree of sort of mainstream popularity. Now, that obviously isn't the case now. Like, we have the benefit of about 50 years of hindsight to see that didn't actually turn out that way. But you can actually read sort of articles from that time, and you can read like a genuine concern. I think even Roger Ebert had actually done a review of a couple of I don't know if they were like full-on X-rated films or that, but certainly the sort of thing that now you would maybe be kind of shocked to hear a mainstream reviewer handling. So the thing is that basically like this is all kind of coming together in terms of this idea of like, okay, so there's kind of some historical precedent in terms of like, obviously it's not news that that Steam has opened up or at least kind of lowered the restrictions for a lot of different types of games. Not completely abandoned them, but certainly they're a lot more open in terms of what they're letting on Steam. This is meaning that there's a type of game development that clearly there is demand for, and has it now has access to a much wider audience than it previously would have. I actually have a small suspicion Steam might have done that in response to a Canadian company, MindGeek, doing Nutaku, which is sort of that I think their ambitions were to be Steam for that segment, but obviously Steam is now the Steam for that. But like they had been very I think they went to GDC and they were offering a bunch of developers money to develop for their platform. I know they've actually been running into some money problems lately, so I suspect that program's not still going on. But like basically where I was trying to go with all of this is to say it's like, okay, so at least in other forms of media, there have been sort of these fluctuating attitudes in terms of like the acceptability or the latitude you'll put towards a certain type of content that might have been restricted before. And what I'm kind of curious about is, especially for me, like for such a long time, my Steam, it was actually specifically looking into these sales numbers that made me turn off the filter and realize It's so okay. Yeah, I'm glad that I can get some. I'm glad that I can get some alternative perspectives. Um, Here, like, so when I was doing these player number things and like trying to estimate, top sellers, that's when I flipped off the filter and I was like, my God, this is like a whole other site. um, so like again, I now I know I don't need to mention the MindGeek property as a viable alternative. But what has interested me is that for a few of the top sellers lately, it feels like the production value is considerably higher. Like it's not just sort of like it's not just like an anime. It's not just an anime visual novel anymore. Like it does seem to be something that has actually put quite a bit of time into creating something that would sort of resemble, a game that you would sort of see somewhere else. Just obviously a lot more extreme in terms of its content. And again, like the reason, so I'm reading the Alan Moore essay. I'm kind of doing a little bit of just trying to get a bit of a read in terms of how this has worked in other places. But this is where the research thing comes in. Like I know about ancient Greece. I know a lot about, well, ancient Greece and Rome. I know about their attitudes towards these things, but I don't really know, other than these fragments of history that I just talked about, I actually really don't know that much about this stuff. So I'm trying to find, like, the one thing that I'm probably not going to do is like just suddenly fill my library with a bunch of stuff. I'm probably a little too bashful to do that, but it is sort of something that I would like to write convincingly on. And if nothing else, I'd maybe just kind of like to know if there aren't developers that are crossing over between the two, like, why not? I can sort of, like, even, I would have thought that for Hollywood, that's something that you couldn't do, but it actually seems that the crossover into Hollywood, or the borders between those two, is a bit more porous than we maybe had previously thought. And so as a result, I'm kind of wondering in terms of gaming whether or not there's a kind of a hybrid developer that exists somewhere else. Create a second account. I don't know if I can make a second account for my bashfulness. Here's what okay. So I can try working on these roads out to the side here. What I think I'm going to do instead is clear these swamps. Oh, but it costs... okay. It actually costs stone, so I'm not quite ready to do that. I'll move him to Agai and make another street to Pidna. That looks very mean. Well, looks can be deceiving, apparently. On a totally unrelated note, while we're watching this turn play out, have any of you seen a Coen Brothers movie called Burn After Reading? It's kind of old, but... whether or not you've seen... What the hell just happened there? So this is something I don't get. It was interesting. I watched that again not too long ago. I think what surprises me the most is the number of stories coming out. Who's in it? Brad Pitt, George Clooney, Tilda Swinton. I am definitely reloading that last one. So here's something I don't get about that fight, right? We fortified there. We were in a position where we had sort of the same plus 20 defense that we had in this position, and we were completely overrun. There's clearly something that I misunderstood. No good. That's a shame. That looks like there was a lot that was going to be happening there, but yeah, anyways, like, so whether it's some of the stuff in the United States in the previous administration or just some of the, like, overall intelligence stories that I've been hearing, I think the thing that surprises me the most about Burn After Reading is how apparently it actually seems to be fairly close to real life. Also, actually, I really like the J.K. Simmons part. I know it's a short one, but yeah, I don't know. It was one I didn't think too much of the first time I saw it, but oh, looks like we're moving back to summer. Burn After Reading was good. I think that's where I learned to say every day is better than the next. Let me vote for. I actually didn't remember that. I don't remember that line. I mostly remember a lot of the really, the really funny encounters between Brad Pitt and John Malkovich. Osborne Cox. Yes, I'm Osborne. Okay, so we're already committed to that spot. I might actually have to go. Yikes. Okay, let's maybe see if this turns out. So I'll be interested to see whether or not we get taken out this time. Interesting. Oh boy. Chalkidike is facing down a pretty fearsome foe. So yeah, clearly this decision to extend the fight to try and take Neapolis was not a good one. Okay. Sorry, I'm done my sugary croissant. Well done. Our resources reserves swell. Building 2 units was finished. Development of city defense technologies finished. Your influence spread to 1 city of Chalkidike. Resource yields are 2 plus 5 additional slaves. New strategic objective triremes has been agreed upon. Next message. In important cities, garrisons of Imperial troops were stationed in or nearby. However, for settlements of less importance, the local nobility often hired male citizens to guard the city, to patrol the streets, to keep order, and to stop riots if necessary. So I have the tech for blacksmith now. I'm assuming at least part of that has to do with the number of mines that I have access to. But this is definitely one that I wanted to build towards. Autolycos close to Pella at your service. Autolycos close to Pella has become a respected teacher, and many seem to follow his theories. We could use his knowledge and prestige either at home or abroad. Olympic Games are coming. Olympic Games will take place next turn. If we can cover the fees, we should not miss this opportunity to win not only prestige, but also quite a large amount of gold. Cost, small amount of gold and influence. Gains, if victorious, a great amount of gold and influence. Influence of Macedonia in Capron is growing, and the morale of the city has dropped by 20%. Groups of powerful citizens led a campaign against the city and stirred waves of public unrest. Technological progress. Important steps have been taken to accelerate further research. Time and costs for foraging technology are reduced. Sorry, foraging, not foraging. The saved resources will be put to good use elsewhere. I wish you could find a good geopolitical strategy game. The last one that I really wanted to like, but I couldn't seem to get a handle of it, was Real Politics. It was one that on the surface really seemed to, like, it seemed to promise a lot from the look. And then I tried it, so this is when I had a better relationship with a certain digital storefront, which will remain nameless. And for Christmas, they gave us a few free games, like basically kind of like anything you want from the store, which I thought was kind of cool. I should have like read right to left like I do in restaurants and saw what the price was, but I went for stuff that seemed interesting, but I hadn't tried yet. So I think it was The Witness and Real Politics that I wound up picking up. But I tried it, and like it's not necessarily bad. It's just it does not have the depth that I was kind of looking for, and it definitely seems to fit. It was actually really interesting to me because there's somebody that I know who played it, and they sort of said that they walked away with this view, and I thought it was interesting because I actually think this says more about the difficulty of designing these kinds of games rather than a reality of like the reality of how the world works. But like they sort of said that, you know, the advantage of authoritarian governments is that you can get more done. And it's like, I know that's true for the game, but maybe that's not necessarily true for the world. And like you have your arguments both ways, right? In modern times, you know, people take a look at what China's been able to do, and they're, you know, rightly very impressed by that. And I think it's, you know, like it's useful to be able to acknowledge that, yes, that's a thing. And that's, you know, that is a real state of the world we should probably acknowledge. But you also have like Cuba. And, you know, there's some things people say about, you know, like it's got a very high literacy rate, but I'm not entirely sure you would want to advocate for a system that has left that company or that country so economically damaged, you know, just in the name of a high literacy rate. That seems like a very high price to pay. I do think that's true in real life, as long as you can keep the people from rebel. Well, that's, you know, that's the thing. It's like I can't remember the specific ruler, but it was or was this the no, I should know the ruler for the Sword of Damocles. But like, this is the story of basically the story of the ruler, like, making the guest sit with a sword, over them, you know, wanting to be. So yeah, I mean, I suppose to a certain, like, yeah, I would say, like, on paper, you know, the ability to tell people, you know, do this thing and get it done, or we shoot your family or whatever for doing it. I suppose in that sense, yeah, like you can sort of support that claim. But in the grander scheme of things, I think maybe there are probably a few more limitations and constraints. And I mean, the other thing too is I suppose you also want to ask about like timescale, right? It's not like you can take a look at the USSR. I mean, that was, so far as I can tell, a period in history where you had two completely independent supply chains. That would be a Soviet computer industry and an American computer industry. But yeah, I mean, I think it's in the end, probably it's, but I was also going to say too, like you can compare this to the World War II cases, right? Like, I think there were a lot of very sympathetic articles for Germany around the Depression, talking about how good this Hitler guy was getting Germany out of its economic woes. And you also risk that the king is a moron. I think, whether you take the lesson from World War II or you just kind of take the lesson from maybe even more modern experiences, democracies on the outside tend to seem quite weak, but in practice actually tend to be quite formidable, especially when threatened. Yeah, well, that's just the thing. Like, that's not to deny the fact that actually happened. So the point that I'm trying to make on that is that there are actually ways that you can point to saying, the view that this player had from it is not necessarily unsupported by history. But I think the difficulty is that what they had done was, like, what are the things that you can do in real politics? Well, like, you can really, to have fun, you invade countries. And it's easier to invade a country in that game if you are sort of authoritarian or otherwise like one of the warmongering states. So, like, arguably it's more fun to play. Real politics as North Korea than it is to play it as Canada, or the United States for that matter, because you can't just unilaterally declare war on your weaker neighbors. This is actually, like, to a certain extent, I wound up in a bit of an argument with someone about this, saying that I think one of the problems of trying to design a World War II game is the fact that, like, the Axis powers are arguably the more interesting one to play, because games are all about the verbs and the Axis are the ones to sort of start the fight, right? I guess Hearts of Iron kind of gets around this, I sort of think, because you are anticipating the war starting and you kind of play the what if. But again, like, I think there's also a tendency to, like, really like playing Germany in that game. I don't necessarily think, I know some people want to make that as, like, see, it just tells you the kind of people who play historical war games. And I'm like, I'm not entirely sure. But in any case, what I was really trying to do was just talk about real politics. And, like, I was hoping that it would be a little bit more in depth, but it did feel a little bit more like a paint the map kind of a game. And I sort of felt like it didn't really simulate the parts of politics that I was hoping that it would. All right, on with the turn. Oop. Okay, so I'm still trying to get a bit of a read in terms of how military matters work in this. So we're attacking them in an open field. I get a -30 on that, so it's a fresh unit, but it's definitely going to get... Wait a minute, where'd my peltasts go? Did they get wiped out again? I'm sorry, I got to reload this to see... I can't believe I missed that, if that's... At the very least, I would have thought I'd get a notification. It's funny that it's telling me that reserves are essential when it's actually penalizing me for having too many military units. Okay. So... where's my general? Oh, here we go. General Orestes. So 27254 to my 3-3 currently out of action points. I was wondering when a sea battle between these two would show up. Okay, so it looks like they decided to do something different this time. So I wish I understood what it's changing from. Oh, here we go. So trade routes access to basically opening everything. I'm totally fine with that. Okay, so there's equal chances here. All right, I think I'm finally starting to work my way out of this mess. So it says equal chances here. So yeah, the tricky part for me is I can try going on the offensive. You know what? Let's go. Wow, that was much better than I thought, actually. Okay, this explains a lot. So defense, amphibious, forager, and assault. So this is why we've been struggling against them. I think at this point, I'm just going to heal these guys up. Long way from being able to fix this. And it looks like this area isn't actually supplied, so let's head back. So again, the enemy has been influencing that region, or at least there's. It may be that that was one of those other events that that caused the influence message, but it's something I kind of want to keep an eye on. Anyways, we are going to make our move on Neapolis, although I probably want to clean up this unit just to be safe. Did I forget a unit? Real-time politics more about keeping the status quo than anything else often, but that would make for a boring game. Yeah, it's, I mean, you can, I don't know if you've ever heard of or watched the British comedy series Yes Minister and then like Yes Prime Minister, but like one of the civil servants, it's very much a product of the 1980s. It's actually one of the few examples that I can give. There's like that and PJ O'Rourke are like my two examples of like kind of, I think it would be fair to say and arguably funny conservative humor, because I know there's very much this meme that, you know, the right wingers don't really have a sense of humor, and I'll be honest with you, like I couldn't really point to good contemporary examples of it. I'm not gonna go so far as to say that it doesn't exist, but I'm unaware of it. This will be interesting. I'm assuming we got beaten up pretty bad there. But yeah, like it's very much a product of like essentially the main character is sort of this hapless government minister named Jim Hacker, and one of the principal antagonists is this civil servant called Sir Humphrey Appleby, who has got this incredibly baroque vocabulary, and he has this line that, you know, it's, you know, diplomacy is about surviving into next century, you know, politics is about surviving into next week, and certainly, you know, that is probably doubly true for, you know, anybody who has to go to work, you know, and show up in the House of Commons. Well, this is interesting. They want 6 food in exchange for coal, gold, and knowledge. And I'm inclined to take it. I just don't know if I have... I don't know if I have what it takes. I'm going to turn this down for now just because they're not the things I need the most. Xenius' army is starving and its morale decreased by 4%. The hardship of military life is felt more intensely when the unit is cut off from supplies. A solution should be found soon as the reliability of the unit decreases with every turn. I didn't actually think we'd be in a state that would cause that. Anyways, yeah, so I was mostly just highlighting what you're talking about. I do think that there are games that handle that division reasonably well. I think, you know, when I think of games like Civilization, they definitely give you the much more long-term kind of plan. Now, the one thing that's nice about Civilization is that you really do sort of have something to do every turn, whereas there's a couple where maybe you lay... Like, when I think of, like, when I was playing Stellaris, there would definitely be times when I was setting up stuff that really would not bear fruit until... you know, much later in the play session. You know, sometimes you just do the best with what you've got, right? Like, I don't necessarily think that's a fault of those types of games, although I prefer it when they I do prefer it when they're able to maybe give you a little bit more to do in any given time. But yeah, as you point out, right, like part of like the funny thing is like when you think about games, like one of the most basic jobs I tend to think when it comes to politics is just being able to make sure the needs of your population, you know, at the minimum your constituents, but that's probably not the right way to think about it. You probably want to be thinking about everyone. But like basically just make sure that their needs are met, right? Like I would like to think that I can rely on the police if something bad happens. You know, I would like to, know that if I start a business, I'm not going to have to bribe someone to be able to get a particular permit or, to be able to, to do well. Like essentially, I would hope that I'd be able to succeed or fail on the basis of whether or not I have a good idea or I've done a good thing. I'm just trying to think of the right place where to put this town, because if it's too close to like Kent, so like this is all scrub, so this isn't exactly the best place to. If I build here, then I deny myself a tile at the top, but it gives me immediate access to the gold mine. I don't know, I guess I split the difference and build it there. Okay, so I guess I can encourage my people. Now, interesting here, it's not letting me attack. Oh, I don't have the action points for it. So what happened to my action points? Say, I don't want, like, if it says short odds, I don't want to be throwing my people away for no reason. So we will say, don't use you this turn. My preference would have been to like do something with this unit, but it seems like I don't have action points for whatever reason. So we'll skip you. I thought we already worked with this guy. Okay. In fact, I suppose at this point we probably want to start moving out with these guys if they don't heal. So now what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to take a look at my various cities and let's just see what kinds of improvements we can build. So I'm starting with the big cities first. So Therma. So we don't have the stone for trading. Looks like it's a fixed amount, so maybe... I think probably trading makes the most sense to give all of my different cities, so maybe we'll start with that. And as always, I want to... Well, we can actually take a look at the various surpluses. Actually, before I do that, let's just see if we can change foreign relations. So I don't want to trade. I'd like to... I don't want to declare war. I want to change this stuff. Maybe accepted quite soon. Okay. One thing that would actually be kind of helpful here would be if the game could highlight... like when we can... Oh, interesting. I was thinking like it'd be kind of nice to know when we're allowed to sort of change these things. Too many negative attitudes, too arrogant and ambitious, trade exchange demanded. Okay, so I shouldn't demand in future. Yeah, they don't want any of those. Joint military campaign we don't need. Okay, so there's really nothing... We're friendly, but I don't think there's a lot we can do about that. It's funny that it says like we have friendly relations, but we're not like we're not actually they won't accept our envoys. But yeah, I think one thing that this game might benefit from would be like just being able to tell you who you can actually engage with. Because it feels a little inefficient to have to jump between each of the different entities and say, hey, can we improve our relationships at all? But that's fine. We'll end the turn and see where everything sits. The next thing I'm going to do is take a look at the military guide. So I probably want to clear out the Athenians before I do anything else, but... It's tricky. I mean, there's a lot of info. I will say, in the defense of this game, there is a lot going on. So there's, like... I haven't been messing with the birth rate recently, but there's a lot for me to... There's a lot for me to work with. I've kind of been just keeping it... I've been keeping it steady, partly out of ignorance of what some of the consequences of my actions are going to be. But I think probably the way that it works... And just to be fair to the game, like, it completely told me this up front. Like, in the manual it says... Like, you really should read the manual before playing, and I read a very large part of it, but I definitely didn't read the whole thing. Oh. Scary guys showed up again. But yeah, I definitely feel that at least part of some of the choices behind the UI, I think, probably were a reflection of the fact that you are kind of expected to know, like having read the manual, you're sort of supposed to know certain things. And again, it's a choice. It's one that obviously I'm running into trouble with because I just don't have the time to be able to go through the manual in the detail that I would like and still be able to like do the other stuff that I need to do and be ready for stream. Messina and Arcadia signed confederation. Political collaboration of these two states can throw off the current balance of power. You should consider the possible consequences of this union for you. Again, I'm mostly fine with accepting all of these different treaties, at least until I finish my... So Argolis is offering a gift. Okay, I'm a little weirded out. This seems to be the second time this army's gotten a starving warning. Counselor size of the army. Too much of the country's wealth is spent on the military, and the people start to show their dissatisfaction with the situation. The impact on happiness is 25%. You might claim that all of this is done to protect the safety and well-being of your people, but the citizenry think that maintaining such a big army is too costly and unnecessary. So I think my answer to this is going to be... Oh. I just want to improve the population at this point. Eropos's army in Denthalade has found itself not further than 1 tiles from a sorcerer's abode. This man sometimes uses his magic to enhance the skills and training of his visitors, but he can also be quite dangerous. Seek his generosity with care. Okay, so first things first, if I try to take them out, fair chances. So these are the guys... Oh, okay, no, fair enough. I probably should have read more closely. Either way, though. So I'm attacking with my weakened army just because I want to make the move on Neapolis as soon as possible. I really thought that would have been the coup de grace. How in the world do you not have the movement? Oh, hang on. There's a river here? There should be a way that I can... That is not at all obvious that there's a river in this... Or, hang on, it could be referring to this one. I thought there was a way to simplify it so that you could just see the... So if I turn on the grid... Okay, I think I get it. Like, because there is a river present. Yeah, so like I should be able to move here, but I shouldn't be able to move there, 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 there. So the idea of surrounding Neapolis is actually a pipe dream. Probably would have been better for me to put a heavier attack on the... Oh, no, no! God damn it! I didn't want them to do that. Well, okay. I've been reloading constantly. It is, like, my biggest problem with it right now is that I am a little bit lost on certain details that would be informing my decision. So, like, combat, I definitely need to get better understanding in terms of the sort of the pushes and pulls to make my unit stronger. I have broad strokes of a strategy that I'm trying to execute, but I'm still getting kind of caught by a few things like, oh, that's a river there, that I can't do that. So those are little things that I'm running up against. But yeah, no, I'm quite impressed by this, to be honest. Okay, let's see this sorcerer. The sorcerer rewards Eropos' army. The hermit was generous with his time. A visit to him is always a bit dangerous, but the rewards often outweigh the risk. And I've got the scouts improvement. Of course, they will be losing that as soon as they found the city. Of course, to the game's credit. Wait a minute. They're fortified now. Okay, I'm not going to change the... I think I'm going to still do the same units for attacks and such, so... Oh. That reload paid off. I'm going to accept the short odds penalty here. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. I was actually just going to say, the problem is I can't then move back. Oh, but this isn't Civ. I can actually attack with more than one, or I can have more than one unit on an area. Okay. Well, obviously, I have not been thinking straight about any of this stuff. But we got through it, and that's what matters. Now, it looks like all of this stuff counts as being in Athens' possession. I guess the real question is, do I want to declare peace with Athens now, or do we try and push this advantage? I mean, we've got the river, so unless I bring a scout unit to, or like a settler unit to be able to cross it, there's really not that much more conquest we can do. And that's assuming that Abdera is an Athenian city. But for now, okay. So we got the route to Lycentis. Says this is going to cost me 3. So I figured the way I can handle this is just one here, and then one back to a supported tile. And we're going to do that for everyone. This is just a chance for me to claim a little bit more territory. Ah, now here it looks like we've got more, a little bit more to play with. So again, I want to make sure I'm going back to areas that I've got supply for. But we obviously know what our next target is. Gotta go pick up your pizza. You'll be back in 10 minutes or so. All right. See you when you get back, Vanguard Master. And you gotta let us know what kind of pizza it is. Or maybe you don't. If there's anybody hungry in chat, speak up now, and we won't talk about the type of pizza. You're hungry in chat. Okay. No pizza talk. Yeah, so obviously I've overinvested in terms of my peltasts on this side of the map. Unless we get ships... So yeah, the problem is now, unless we have ships, we're not going to be able to move on Thassos. Unless I get settlers here, I'm not going to be able to kind of claim any of these territories. So I will move these peltasts to the west. One thing that is nice is that we've got our, we do have our, sorry, what am I trying to say? Oh no, sorry. I need to repair this. At the very least, I need to do the emergency aid. I suspect repairs will be long in coming. But yeah, so like the original plan was to like claim the mines and such. I think we can still do that. But yeah, maybe peace with Athens. Let's see if we can do it. They were the ones to declare war on us, so... Interesting, we can't offer peace. Alright, well, let's take a look at our objectives then. So for the Northern League, again, we need to get and maintain relations with the Thessalian League, Molossan Kingdom, and Thessaly-Pherae. Trade is one of the ways that we're going to sort of be able to help build and maintain those relations. However, like, unless I actually start taking this Western territory, I'm not actually going to have sort of land connection. So I can't really trade with people unless I get the agreement to send trade envoys through those countries. And it seems like the diplomacy option is just largely closed off for me. So we'll try and work on the Northern League if we can, but it seems like I don't really have that much I can do in terms of supporting those relationships right now. Treasure chest, one of the ancient Hellenic kings, so we'll send the hero to search out those sites. Border security, our northern border is still not secured, so we must take steps to ensure the barbarians no longer threaten us. We need to conquer territories all the way to the Western Lakes, and the Illyrians, Dardani and Calais, ought to be quelled for good. So we're working on that right now. Military reforms. Macedonia is seen as a backward nation, but we're Hellenes after all. We will undoubtedly meet those who disagree with swords, but we need to prepare ourselves first. Advanced military units, elite training, and stronger city fortifications should be researched as a first step. Golden Fleece and Gordian Knot are sort of legendary things. I have to do those with a hero or a general. Hellenic League, we would like to extend our diplomatic efforts towards other Hellenic nations with the intent of creating a strong league under our leadership, not just an alliance, but a true union that can withstand any foe and cause the rest of the world to give us due respect. Internal security, now that our borders are relatively secure, we can turn our attention to enhanced measures across our nation. City walls will be beneficial in virtually any city. Commit the necessary resources and make it so. So I'll consider that, but building trading centers might be a better idea for starters. So we can spend... aggregate training, or Agog? I don't know. Training was a form of military discipline employed in Sparta as part of its military tradition, but other countries can institute similar practices for like benefits. The rigorous drill enhances the skills and abilities of your units and improves the military power of your armies. Now, that comes at a cost of happiness, which is currently failing. So we'll hold off on that for now. Build the Asclepian independent places of healing, where especially armed units can obtain relief of their pain and injuries as always needed. We can entrust our men to take care of trained healers who follow... entrust our men into the care of trained healers who follow the teachings of the great Asclepios, the god of medicine. So that costs us, I think, iron, gold, and population, all of which we currently have. And, yeah, we'll do it. The Asclepion close to Methoni will be finished soon. I'm not sure what decided it goes there, but okay. I would like to spend some more money on my population, but we are a little short on gold right now, so... So at 56... 61... here's what I should do. Okay, so we're currently at 0.81. So let's give up another 21. So that should be 77. Uh, 78 now. Okay, 76. I can divide it among the different cities if I want, but so like this is a good example of the sort of thing that I think is really interesting about this game, but it's not necessarily obvious what's going on. But like the population levels are sort of simulated, and they're going to be affecting your ability to expand. So Pella has got all of these tiles of range, whereas Therma is just sort of looking at this little plus sign. It's the reason why I haven't built farms further out, because right now it's not really accomplishing anything. Although I should maybe try building some farms in these regions at some point. So if we go to the Imperium's library, we can get a little bit more birth rate support. Citizen resource indicates how many people can work or be recruited to the army. Citizens are born only in the cities. State and local grants encourage and support higher natality rate in the cities and so population size. State grant applies to all cities and is in fact financial and material expense that you pay to support the population growth in the cities. Local grant is used to distribute the state grant unequally between cities. More support will go into cities via higher local grant and vice versa. Changing grants. The impact of changes initiated by the birth rate grants cannot be precisely predicted, as in real life, and you should adjust the grants according to your current situation and needs. The impact of grants is not visible immediately. Number of citizens. Population is the main source of workforce and new recruits. Without a strong standing army and people working the fields or mines and building cities and infrastructure, the state will never be able to compete with other superpowers. However, a large population also requires additional resources, especially gold, food, and stone. It is therefore extremely important to carefully balance the size of the population against your resource reserves and the need for new recruits and workers. Dwindling population size limits your ability to build new units. On the other hand, uncontrollable growth of city populations puts undue pressure on the country's food, gold, and stone resource reserves. So it's kind of neat here where you have this, again, sort of a bit of push and pull in terms of your population level. In my case, I want my population level to grow because we have discontent coming from the military. But this is also an example where, you know, I do sometimes wish I had a little bit more information to work with. I'm not 100% sure where I would find out the appropriate ratio of, of army to citizens. It kind of seems to be something that you will be hit by, but I don't know how I could have anticipated. It would be nice to kind of have an idea of being able to know how many units I can support, and that doesn't quite seem to be in there yet. So these are the sorts of things that I'm still trying to get a little bit of a handle on. Anyways, I'm going to skip over some units. Yeah, you're done. Okay, we're ready to go into the next turn. Now, if history turns out, we should be the ones to win this Olympics, as myself. And then Angelina Jolie becomes my wife. Or, actually, I think she's already my wife, but she renames herself. Can't remember the... Pretty sure that's how that works. Oh yeah, sorry, Index Gnome. You also had your earlier point on the manual, and yeah, no, I'm inclined to agree. Like the difficulty here is that it is obviously a game where the military is a very important factor, and the fact that I sometimes get a bit surprised in terms of, like, essentially I kind of rely on the game to tell me what a positive outcome is. But of course, because there's no undos, and the fact that I have to kind of move through all of these different like there's all these different maneuvers that I'm doing, such as moving a unit from the western side to the eastern side, which takes multiple turns. And if I put all that effort in to suddenly find out that they have no hope of winning the fight, it'd be better to sort of be able to have that knowledge ahead of time. Now, I think part of this has something to do with the fact that I haven't been spending on the upgrades in the cities, which was actually covered in the tutorial, but I maybe didn't fully appreciate how important that was. But again, it's just the nice thing is that this is still I'm still in the learning stage. Like I am still on the tutorial level. It's just stopped giving me prompts. So this is the ideal time for me to sort of find these things. And I haven't engaged with the myth at all. Like there's definitely legendary quests for me to be going on, which I think will probably have a fairly important role to play. But I'm definitely trying to get the basics down first. Another game, I was talking about this before, one game I'd really like to, like probably just on my own time, it'd be interesting to try it as a stream, but I know that's going to be a very difficult one for me. I'd really like to try Shadow Empires. It looks like a game that's really up my alley, but that is 100% one that requires me to read and really understand that manual well. You were offered a proposal with demand of your choice. Oh, I get it. So they say I'm going to give them. I give them a certain amount of stone, a certain amount of food, and a certain amount of wood for all this. I don't want to trade slaves. I believe the manual has said that it's I believe the manual says that if you trade slaves, that actually causes unhappiness. So Latrinos' armies tried to convince part of Macedonia, but with no visible result. If these foreign lands were really important to us, we should try again. That was the other ones trying that on me, right? Bandits attacked the travelers traveling to Argolis and stole 27% of the goods. We should choose the trade routes more wisely or find another way how to exchange goods with Argolis. Xenius' army is starving and its morale decreased by 5%. Hardship of military life is felt more intensely when a unit is cut off from supplies. A solution should be found as soon as the reliability of the unit decreases with every turn. Areopas' army. All right. So some of those aren't necessarily a surprise, but we still want to be careful. So I don't mind moving this unit in a little bit closer. I'm not sure what the plus means, to be honest, but what I'm really looking for here is just a chance to be able to nab a bit more territory without starving my people. This one may... Oh, no, definitely not. So is that 2, 5, 4? We should be able to make it back home. Yeah, there's nothing really else that I can steal from them at this point, but that was a pretty decent amount of territory. Like again, I don't know if taking this territory necessarily gets me anything, but I'm happy we're able to do it. Although again, I get the impression that this city's undefended, so we really should probably just run the warriors in and claim it. In any case, on to the next one. And I think the smartest thing for me to do right now is just build a road network. I can worry about other improvements later. So if I turn on the supply view, I think we already settled that I'm not going to be able to go anywhere here. Okay, so I think I'm actually going to go one more tile down to found the city. I feel like this unit should have already been... Okay, no, they're already working on that. Fair enough. So let's get you building a road to these resources. I don't think I need the supply. Okay, so what this is basically done for me is I've kind of claimed all the territory I can along the river. Now, at some point, we're going to have to probably build... Well, okay, actually, that's a bit of an if. So what I can do is I can sort of say, all right, I don't really care that much about... Like, so I don't need to defend any of this, obviously, and there aren't going to be any armies coming across it. So unless I want to build settlements up here, at this point, the remaining conquest happens across this bridge. So I guess with that in mind... Yeah, we'll move the unit in place. This also suggests to me that I should probably have a nomad running around. In the meantime, though, let's go take a look at that. So this is going to get a little tricky. But apparently this is the location of a treasure chest. That may in fact be why all these generals are showing up in this area too. But we're going to take our... We'll take our general to work on that mission. Part of this is assuming that there isn't going to be any nasty Athenians coming to ruin my day. Okay, now technically everybody needs to heal. I think I'm going to take this one last bit of territory. So as far as I can tell, there isn't any way... Like, until we build a bridge, there's no way that the enemy can actually claim any of this on us. Now, that doesn't mean that I'm going to leave this... Like, eventually I'll move this unit... Actually, looks like I have the points to do that now. Okay, so that's the turn spoken for. Now, the one thing I'm not clear on with Neapolis, I feel like Neapolis needs repairs. Yeah. So, I don't want to enslave the citizens of Neapolis. But what I do want to, like, I do want to repair it at some point. That isn't an option on here. It may be because you have to have a certain number of turns for the city to sort of be taken over. But that's going to be the thing that keeps me from playing around with the stone right now. And I am going to take a second here to see... I would actually like peace with Athens. Interesting. Morale increase of 15% with a strategy review. I'm not opposed to it, but I feel like there's better things that we can do. One of the challenges that I've been running into in terms of the diplomacy, it's interesting how the game has handled this, because like I feel in general diplomacy has always been a part, like it's always been something that games have sort of struggled to do well. If you play a game with other humans, then you can do, like, I mean, the board game diplomacy is all about this, right? Like the rules of diplomacy, the board game, are basically that you write down your orders after this discussion with people. And so, you can make deals and you can betray your allies, and there's lots of interesting stuff that happens as a result of that. And it's really, really hard to do that as a computer. I'm not going to say it's impossible, because I think, for any strategy game, you're going to have sort of a set of, of good choices to make and maybe not so good ones. And I think a game like, I was talking about Chaos Reborn a little bit before. A game like Chaos Reborn really shows you that, an AI can do deception reasonably well. Like it's not like you can predict. It's not like you can predict. Well, maybe you can, and I'm just not clever enough. But I feel like in the case of Chaos Reborn, I'm not calling when the AI is deceiving me with enough regularity to say the game can't do it. But the difficulty with doing this in an AI is that like it's sort of like sometimes diplomacy can be, it's like, okay, you do this thing and like you're now forcing a player to do something. And like I guess in a game where you have another human player, like all that you're doing is sort of introducing mechanics that let something you already agreed happen. So maybe that's not as big of a deal. Nah. I always take gifts, though. Do you want to accept signing a peace treaty from the Enkele tribes? Or Enkele, possibly. Foikos initiated the talks, and the Enkele tribes agreed to negotiate peace with you. No. These are the people who I should be able to overrun. Bandits attacked the traders traveling to Argolis and stole 15% of the goods. You should choose trade routes more wisely and find another way how to exchange goods with Argolis. So I suppose like the nice thing here is that diplomacy in this game is not reduced to how many nice things do I need to do to you before you become a vassal. And that's interesting. But the one problem here is that it may even be that this game has kind of pushed it a little too far in the other direction. And that I really feel that I can't engage in any kind of diplomacy, even though that would probably be something like worth doing right now. We'll do another quick review of. So, like in this case, I have no option whatsoever to try and initiate peace with Athens. Now, what I could maybe try and do is get some kind of an intermediary. Maybe if I took a look at their relations, they seem to be on good terms with Focus. Yeah, so I mean, in this case, we don't get the option of being able to, ask them to intervene on our behalf. I notice it says what their army morale is. I wonder if I can get the same measure for myself. So our population's considerably smaller, evenly matched economies, and apparently power. Actually, we're apparently a little bit under. Probably due to the quality of our units. Yeah, economy, we're doing okay. we're definitely a rising power, but I think this might be Persia who's a concern. This is a good number to see. I'd kind of like to see a steeper slope on my graph. Okay. Yeah, so I almost feel like there's a military window that I should see that tells me some of this stuff, like the ideal size of my army and my overall level of morale and that. Okay, let's see if we can find... So I don't really want to be messing around on this side of the map until the very end. Oh, General Orestes close to... Tyrone is very close to the secret cache with the treasure chest. It is no more than 2 tiles away. The riches are within our grasp, but let's hope we get there first. Well, it doesn't look like anybody's... doesn't look like anybody else has got a hero in that region. What's funny though, so if it says it's within 2 tiles, this is a little strange because we already went through those other. I'm definitely going to try moving down to this spot. But otherwise, 1, 2. I mean, it's these basically is the only other option. Who am I looking at? And Tander's army, who's definitely really beat up. Okay, here we go. So I don't get the option of self-healing you yet. That's fine. We'll skip you. All right, this is the nomad who I've been... I'm gonna change my mind again because Odessa's too close. Okay, last time, for real. I don't think that would count as 2. So definitely across the water is like that was marked, but I got the notification here for 2 tiles, so all the water tiles are exactly 2. No, I mean maybe I got it wrong, and in that case, that probably means that the Chalkidike general is going to get it. But like for me, unless I'm completely losing it, so 1, 2. Like 1, 2, like I just, all of these seem to be, or actually I guess if we went by diagonal, oh yeah, hang on. Because like if I think this is a diagonal, you're right. So if diagonals count, then it's almost certainly this spot. Yeah, well, that's a wasted set of turns. I think I'll learn to live with it. Now... if I'm going to take this region, I think I'm probably going to have to work out how I can increase supply. I'm guessing this is probably a question of roads. Just a sneaky way for me to claim another bit of land. So let's see if the game can help me out with supply. All mobile units need to be supplied with food and other necessities. The supply network consists of 3 elements: suppliers, cities, naval, and vehicle units; supplied units, all infantry and cavalry units except for settler units; Independent, all buildings as well as settler units can provide for themselves and do not need to be connected to the supply network. Suppliers can supply dependent units only up to a certain distance, which is determined by the terrain. Supply lines are longer on flat terrain, such as grass and plain, but shorter in hills. Supply area shows tiles outside the reach of suppliers. You can always turn the supply area highlight on by pressing F9. The supply area is always calculated at the beginning of the turn, but if you build a new city, the size of the area will be recalculated. Level of supplies per tile is shown in the tooltip for the tile. You can increase the supply area of one supplier by building roads. A damaged city that needs repair has a limited supply capacity, and its supply area can be reduced by 50% depending on the extent of the damage. A city in need of emergency aid cannot function as a supplier at all until it is repaired. The supply of a damaged naval area of damaged naval The supply area of damaged naval units and wagons can be reduced down to 30%, and a heavily damaged city in need of emergency aid cannot function as a supplier until it is repaired. That feels like a repetition. Took a few more minutes than you expected, but you are backed with the unnamed object. Starving unit. A unit positioned on a tile that is outside of any supply area simply starves. Starving units are affected in their fighting abilities. As their attack strength and health are reduced, they lose courage and discipline, which negatively affects their general morale. This in turn increases the probability that the unit will desert or that it will be dissolved. If supplies are not renewed, the situation deteriorates every turn until the unit is completely destroyed or deserts. Plan ahead. Send settlers behind your military units to build roads and new cities to keep the supply structure strong. Keep wagon and naval units close by. A stranded unit without any hope for rescue can be used to build a city as a future attack base, or it can be used to attack enemy positions to weaken their defenses. Starving city. A city can be besieged to weaken its morale and defenses. A city is starving when it is besieged from all sides. All tiles around the city belong to enemy states. There is at least one enemy unit adjacent to the tile representing a direct threat to the city. There is no connection to the outside world, e.g. there is unknown mountain tile, but your units cannot enter mountain. The situation in a starving city deteriorates with every turn. It sustains damage, its general morale drops, and eventually, if no remedial action is taken, it is either destroyed or it will voluntarily join the enemy. When there is a unit in the starving city standing on the same tile or held inside, it functions as a guardian of order and peace. The reduction in supplies affects both the unit and the city. The city will be kept under control. As the unit's morale decreases, it might be destroyed or it might defect to the enemy. When this happens, the city falls into chaos and it will most likely surrender. If one of your cities is in siege, you can either try to break through the enemy lines, or if the city lies on a coast, you can send a naval unit to provide the necessary supply link for the city by entering the tile adjacent to the city. This military practice is perceived very negatively by all states. If your city is besieged, your general attitude towards the aggressor will worsen quite significantly. On the other hand, if it is you who is using this practice and the city eventually becomes part of your empire, its general morale will be so low that it will take many years to return to normal. Okay, so we want to beat Brutica on the field of battle. Every time I read that, Vanguard Master, I'm like, this is a man with epic ambitions. Actually, I'm reminded of this because I got was it yesterday or today? I've been following Embark Studios, which obviously these are people who've been making games for a really long time, but on the note of like people trying to do big things with small amounts of resources. So Arc Raiders was going to be the first one that they released, but I think Arc Raiders is delayed now, and is it the finals? This is called. Anyways, that went into open beta, and I'm really interested in terms of what they're doing. I think the thing that's interesting me about Embark now is that they've been sharing some of their, like, some of the stuff that they've been working on, and it looks like one of the things they've been doing, they haven't replaced their animation team with AI, but what they are doing is they're animating all of their units using, you know, some variation on machine learning. And then essentially what the role of the animators is to look at those products and sort of do some evaluations in terms of how natural the movement works and so on and so forth. So I didn't appreciate how much sort of the ML tech and all of that was part of their pipeline. But what had interested me was they were releasing a lot of stuff on, like, a lot of it was open sourced actually, but they were doing a lot of tools in Rust with, like, photogrammetry and things like that. And just generally it sort of seemed to be a studio that was built around developing the sort of games that you would see from DICE. Like, Patrick Soderlund is one of the founders, or possibly the founder of the company, former kind of creative executive at EA, and I believe he ran DICE for a while. But yeah, I was disappointed to hear that Arc Raiders is being delayed, just because I'd really like to play it. But I will settle for the finals. Primarily a role-playing game, but there are other third-person games where you can place down buildings, so it isn't a huge leap to have that function within third person if you integrate it properly. Well, I guess, I mean, one of your comparisons was Skyrim, and if I'm not mistaken, one of the big things about Skyrim, or any Elder Scrolls game, I mean, I've played the previous 4 now, is building up your home. Like, you know, do you go for the alchemy set, or do you turn that into a spot to house one of your kids? Yeah, it doesn't let me make changes. So Ellis apparently wants to take away unit visibility and map exchange? No, I don't want that chain. Information about the pirate treasure. A map has been found showing location of a great pirate treasure lost long ago in a storm. The legend says that the shipwrecked bandits hid their loot on one of the islands, but killed each other when they could not agree how to split the booty. This is our chance to seize the lost treasure. Bandits of Athens attacked the traders traveling to Argolis and stole 27% of the goods. We should choose the trade routes more wisely or find another way to exchange goods with Argolis. We might want to just cancel that outright. There was one expansion where you could do that, so it'll be very similar to it, though instead of just being able to build one house, you should be able to place down an entire town. I tried looking into this, so I'm kind of curious how cities get founded. Like, so, and the tricky part for me is that the question about, like, how cities get founded. Probably should have done that one space at a time, but like, there's a couple ways you can attack that question. I was sort of thinking, like, you have, I wonder if I can get away with this. Like, I know about the process of incorporation. Like, that's just a question of going to the right level of government and having, sort of being recognized as such. But then, like, there's the question, it's like, well, there's already people there, so how did the people get there? I mean, you know, in a sufficiently long enough period of time, it would usually be a bunch of people who are like, hey, this is going to be our constitution, isn't it going to be awesome? Or like, hey, we really like socialism, we're gonna run this experiment and in the city and is going to be great. But I don't know if that's how like unincorporated communities start now, or if there's something like I have to assume that probably to a certain extent, probably religious communities may be a source of that sort of thing. But I've been trying to think a little bit more about where cities come from. So there you go, Vanguard Master. Help me achieve my dream of a RPG city builder in which you convince a population to come along. No, please don't add that to your game. You've already got a lot to do. Okay, we're gonna skip over. Basically, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get this settler to start. Actually, you know what? This might count. No, it can't count as a siege because there's not a unit beside it. But what I'm basically gonna do is I'm gonna get this settler to make a road to Brutica, and that'll hopefully enable the supply lines for these units because right now they're just being wasted. And next turn we're going to be able to repair Neapolis, and then as always I want to see if I can get my peace treaty with Athens. Nope. I can do a strategic review, and there may be some value in that. Actually, we've got 40 gold. Yeah, we're not making a lot per turn, but I think we can afford a couple of luxuries. Also, wait, these are all my trades? Let's try the oh, actually, hang on. The knowledge cost is a little bit more than I want to take. Can't remember the game, but you played a great game long ago. It was a mix of a strategy game and an RPG-style dungeon adventure. Your realm had heroes you could send out in search of relics, etc. So a mix of Might and Magic and EU4. Is it a recent game, Index Gnome, or is this something that's like an older game that you were playing? Oh, no, sorry, you said you played it a long time ago. What am I saying? Because I was just trying to think, like, if it was like Conquest of Elysium or like Dominions or something like that. You played it around 2000. Because, like, there's a side of me that makes me think it's one of those Illwinter games, but it doesn't, like, perfectly fit what you're talking about, and I feel like the visual style's probably... Yeah, well, I don't know, I feel like Dominions and Conquest of Elysium are fantasy settings, but... Can you describe the visual style a little bit? Because, like, now I want to play this game. This is a completely unrelated, like, this is unrelated to anything, but this is a lead up to something that I learned this week. And Have any of you heard of the computer program SAS? I'm assuming like a couple of you have, but sounds very sassy. Yeah. It's a very old, like, I think it was founded in the 1970s. It's very old, pretty hardcore. I actually think that this is a pretty good piece of software, but I'm also going to confess, like, I understand why people don't like it. You remember it was a fixed map, so every start was the same. Every realm had different races and themes. Some was dark evil, some on the other side. You wish you could find it. Yeah. Hang on a second. There is one thing I'm kind of curious about. So when you say around 2000, like you're not saying for sure it was released in 2000, right? Oh wait, no. It couldn't have been this one because it would have been random starts. Never mind. But yeah, like so I've had to use SAS. I know a lot of people really liked complaining about it, but I also noticed a lot of people really did not spend time to learn it. One thing that impressed me a lot about SAS was that I had a very narrow statistical problem I needed to deal with. Like it was just, I happened to run into this thing I wanted to do, and it's like it combined two different things that didn't really, you wouldn't have naturally thought them for them to go together, but in that situation it happened to be the perfect solution for what I was looking at. So I was like, originally I kind of took a look for some like papers that had done it, couldn't find anything. Then there's like, you know, if you use Python, stats models is a popular library for doing statistical stuff. There's a couple of other ones for like linear models will add some of the panel stuff that stats models doesn't do. There's a couple that I think do some time series stuff. If you're in R, again, there's a lot of different packages that you can get to do weird and wonderful things, but like none of them really kind of seemed to do this thing, or at the very least I couldn't find them. And like, you know, the other way you do this sort of stuff in, you know, Python would be you take NumPy and you code up your own estimator. But I'm like, well, you know, I'd much rather be an analyst rather than a coder right now. Can't be newer than 2001, more likely even prior to 2000. Okay, because like I kind of want to see if I can dig up some. I mean, like, I'm assuming you've already done a Google search for like strategy RPG games, you know, pre-2000. But that seems like a fun little quest to go on. But what really impressed me was I went to a library, found a book on SAS, which happened to be talking about categorical data, which I was working with, and that too didn't actually solve my problem. But what it did show me was the way that some of its functions were written. They were written in such a way that I could actually modify the estimator that I was using to do exactly what I wanted. And that was kind of the time that I realized that so much of SAS is coded to sort of say that we don't necessarily think that we can anticipate every single statistical technique that you're going to do, but we do understand it well enough that we can give you the tools to sort of build this estimator that you need for your job. And that was the time that I actually became a lot more impressed with the software than before. Like, essentially for me, it was a mild inconvenience. Like, I liked the fact that I had something that didn't require me to sort of open up my textbooks and sort of learn how to do, the more difficult stuff. So like, if for those of you that have like done a stats course, like if you have panel or longitudinal data, like you're really happy because if you like, the one thing you'll sometimes be worried about is that, maybe we've selected for these characteristics that, well, actually, sorry, you won't solve selection through that. But like, what about the unknown characteristics of these, these people that we can't measure for whatever reason, like, intelligence or work ethic or whatever, assuming that these things are like fixed over the time that you're looking. And you can say, oh, well, if you have a panel, then you've got these fixed effects for each of these entities, and so you don't need to worry about that anymore, and you're happy. But panel data is sometimes hard to get. And then the other thing is that if you have to code it all from scratch, you spend more time programming than you spend solving your analysis question. And I like coding as much as the next person, but obviously if you have a deadline, or if you have, if you just want an answer, like if you want to write an article, it's nicer to get your answer faster rather than write estimators all day. So long story short, well, less long than it otherwise would have been. I gained a great appreciation for SAS in the sense that I understood sort of what it was trying to do. And I was happy that it was doing those things for me. And I also got a little annoyed because it occurred to me that there had been people who'd been working where I was for like over a decade or longer. And even though SAS had been a standard tool there for so long, they had not bothered to educate themselves on the software, like something you have to use every day. Now, I think probably more people are using other tools like R and Python, which again, fair enough. If you can get your job done, like it's not my job to sell SAS licenses. From what I understand, it's quite expensive. But it's, as a statistical program, I actually still think it's very, very good, although not the friendliest to use. Like if you want a friendly statistical program, I think Stata is just the absolute best. Like it's kind of my gold standard for getting a result, like doing things reasonably intuitively. You do kind of need to learn how to script Stata, but it's definitely not a challenging one. It's just basically because they've kind of implemented everything. So the thing is also, for me, it's expensive, so that's why I don't use it. But the other thing that impressed me about the SAS Institute was I found out that they've, I think, been in business for 44 years. They've been profitable every year. I think they might have even grown their profitability every year. COVID might have been the first time that they were unprofitable, and that was because they refused to do layoffs or furloughs. But what I found out when reading an article on them was that they had a gaming division at one point, that apparently there were a lot of people, this was around the 2000s, so this is why I mention it. So apparently around the 2000s, a bunch of, oh, sorry, it was 2000. No, my mistake. It was actually before that. It was 2000 when they got sold. But basically, a bunch of programmers at this statistical, it's called the SAS Institute, and founded, I think, in Cary, North Carolina. But anyways, like, they were really into games, and they sort of thought that it was the wave of the future. And, SAS has got this really big culture of, like, employee development and supporting people and things like that. So they created a game development and publishing branch called South Peak Interactive. And I believe by 2000, they said something, they had like $56 million in revenues and $88 million in expenses. So they... What? Okay, sorry. I just found this Wikipedia article. South Peak Games was founded as South Peak Interactive LLC on March 1st, 1996 as a subsidiary of SAS Institute. Both companies were headquartered in Cary, North Carolina. SAS Institute's executive vice president and chief technology officer, Armistead Sapp, was appointed as the new company's president. So I have to imagine that this guy probably was one of the employees who wanted to start a gaming division. But the reason why this kind of interested me was apparently their original deal was that they would have the exclusive distribution rights to Red Storm's games. Because this is around the time that Red Storm was founded. Their first games were, I think, Politica. I can't remember if there was an SSN game and if they were the one to make it. They did Ruthless.com, and then I think a game called Dominant Species, which didn't at all seem to be related to Tom Clancy stuff. And then, of course, famously, Rainbow Six, where effectively they kind of like made a new genre of shooter. But yeah, apparently they never actually released any of Red Storm stuff. But at a certain point, they were actually a fairly big publisher, like in terms of just the overall size and like number of games that they were publishing. But obviously they weren't making any money for the SAS Institute, so they got sold off, and I think eventually the company was dissolved, but 2008. But yeah, just for me, because like I remember people complaining so much about SAS and stuff like that, I was a little shocked to read this article that they had a gaming division once upon a time. Anyways, moving on. Boeotia would like to basically do everything. So yes. Again, the game seems to be willing to give me offers, but not the other way around. Now, I don't have enough money to try. Well, more than I did before, but I'm going to say no. Uprising in Pydna broke out. Local militia was not able to suppress the rebellion. Many people left the city to escape the violence and certain death. Rebels took over the city and is now being controlled by Athens. General Orestes, close to Acanthos, is very close to the secret cache with the treasure chest, not more than 1 tile away. So Index Gnome was right. No, that wasn't it. You're kidding me. All right, now that surprised me, because like I would have thought of anyone. Athens would have been the last place to take this one. So obviously we need to redirect our military accordingly. Okay, so the story here, I wonder if the blue means that this is a good place to found a city. So the idea here is I want to get supply lines for the invasion. Guess we can get a little closer. Alright, not much for these guys to do. Surely I should be able to repair Neapolis at this point, though. Yeah. Don't have a ton of stone left, but I'm happy. I mean, I'm going to have to repair Pydna after we take it out, so I'm probably not going to wind up I'm probably gonna be on the back foot as far as. Oh, nice. Our army isn't too big anymore. Against my better judgment, I am gonna build another nomad. I'm also past the 3 down south. Or were you talking about where Pidna was? Or the... Oh yeah, you know what? I didn't like I played Fantasy General after Fantasy General 2 was announced. But I was really surprised to find out that, like, because, like, I feel like SSI made, like, a million of those kinds of games, but Fantasy General seemed to be really different from all the other ones. So there was, like, oh, the treasure, okay. It could be down south, but if it said one tile when I was in here, I would have guessed, oh, right, no, because of the diagonal again, right. I should probably... Well, actually, what I'll do first is I'll take a look at the... I'll take a look at the map and just make sure that it still hits the... the right areas. But yeah, no, Fantasy General, I really liked that when I tried it out. I was just trying to think of some of the other ones. So there was Allied General. I think eventually they did more forward-looking ones. So I think there was a People's General, which had like a fictionalized conflict with China. God, I was trying to think of another one, though. I think Panzer General was like the like headliner of the series, if I'm not mistaken. I should see if more of those are available. Like I've played Fantasy General now, but I should see if more of those are available. Slytherin's actually doing a... I think they're doing a decent job of... Wow, Athens is really getting clobbered. It makes me wonder why they're wasting their time with us up here. But yeah, Slytherin kind of seems to have taken up that that style of game. Like they've got a Warhammer 40k Armageddon, which I actually kind of have similar problems to what I've been running into here, which is that it's slightly different from this one. Like the one thing about the 40k game is there's a lot of units, and so it can be a little hard to keep track of exactly what everything does. And so again, the consequence of this is I don't always have a clear idea of the consequences for my actions until they're done. But it's kind of neat to see that style of strategy game surviving, because obviously, like, real-time strategy sort of seemed to be the only thing for a while, until it wasn't, and then it's sort of a niche thing again. But I guess kind of now turn-based strategy's having its moment, but we got a new tech. When people learned how to mine ore from the earth, metals Replaced original materials such as clay, bones, and wood. The art of forging, shaping metal using heat and pressure, allowed humans to produce everyday objects such as tools, weapons, and jewelry that were stronger and more durable. So we can do shipbuilding. I think that's the only option I have now. Oh, no, we can do chain of command. But I probably should be investing in a navy. I don't mind taking time on that. They want 8. Oh, God. This would actually be really good for me in terms of the knowledge, but the 8 food? Let's try it. I think I get how this works now. So if they're colored, these are new things. So yes, I'm big on improving things. Will you offer peace to Ionia to obey the demand from Aetolia? Who dare makes demands with me? I do actually want the peace though, so. They're taking away trade route access though. I don't think I have the food for this anymore. Plebiscite in adjacent region. Plebiscite has been called in one of your neighboring regions, and the territory is no longer controlled by Chalkidike. The people there felt neglected and disconnected from the central power, and the government was not able to keep the status quo. The area is now independent and could be claimed by others, including us. If we want to take it over, we must act fast and send in our military units. I wish I knew exactly what region this was. And I think Index Gnome is about to be proven right once again. What? Where on earth could this thing be then? So it could be at the bottom, but how does that reconcile the one tile away thing it said? Yeah, it said one tile. So, like, if I was there, it's got to be here, here, or here. Huh. Excuse me. Okay, so it says a region just declared independence. Cool. Oh, this area. I see. Excuse me. Mine. So this was originally going to be taking Brukita, but we are now going to move you to Pydna. Oh, wow, look at all that. That made a world of difference as far as... Oh, right, but we count as sieging them now. Oh, Jesus. I'm sorry, I gotta reset that. I love turn-based strategy or tactical games, but maybe the games you can pause like EU4 even better. Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out how I feel about pausable real-time. I definitely feel so I am happy that turn-based is kind of having a moment now. So I think probably the Firaxis XCOM gets quite a bit of credit or blame for that, depending on whether or not you like these types of games. Okay, so what I'll do, I don't want to be, well, this may count as a siege still. Okay, so morale and loyalty are at 100%. So they get a 60% bonus. So if I were to just throw my guys in here like this. Oh, okay. So that actually worked. So either it was the order of the units, or... Yeah, I gotta figure out exactly how this works. The capital city of the Enkele tribes, Boudica in Derapos, was captured by Macedonia. This was a bold step. You should review what the new situation means for you. Well, first of all, it means I'm going to spend a bunch of stone to... Oh, so the city isn't on fire. I've got... I think I want to... I don't think I want to be attacking assets quite yet. Ooh. I didn't plan that well. Oh, I get it. You have to dig. Our first attempts to find the pirate treasure have not been successful, but General Orestes is close. According to this map, it is not more than one tile away. So it may have actually been this spot. Okay, so it's because I didn't realize you had to dig this stuff up. Again, there are Athenian units here that could kill this general, so I want to be kind of careful about it, but... It also feels like self-healing takes forever. But I suppose that's probably the way it should be. So again, because we took a town, we can't spend our time improving our own cities. We have to wait. Oh, you know what I didn't do? I didn't claim that mine. We'll see if Chalkidike takes it back. If they do, I'll probably just load the save again, and if they... If they don't, I'll just pick it up now. Yeah, that's a shame. I mean, it's shame on me for not double checking, but I suppose I get another crack at the treasure. Although I suppose if I end my turn in that tile, the Athenians come and murder me anyway. A small price to pay to enrich my... Ah! Okay, so that was apparently the end of the turn. Still, this does accomplish the thing I wanted to do. So I will try the tile to the south, but I will do that at the end in the hopes that Chalkidike deals with the Athenians first. These guys don't have any part of this, it looks like. Yep. It's interesting to see so much more of the map and kind of to see what the AI is doing. This is the effect of all of these treaties that have been signed. It's one of the reasons why I've not been happy when they've been trying to take away the map visibility. It does mean that there's more time between, you know, like when I get to take my turn and what the AI is doing. But on the other hand, like being able to know that Athens is basically about to be overrun. Not that I can end the war with them until they agree to start talking with me anyway, but like that's kind of nice to know. I don't really need to worry about a sudden influx of Athenian troops, although obviously they were able to sway one of their former cities against me. And again, it's just one of these things where I probably just need to learn where to check the... It was called Warlords 2? Oh no, not the one, but an old game. I don't think I've ever heard of Warlords 2. Available on GOG. Computer war game released in 1993. Doesn't really say what it's about on this write-up. Do you want to try and give me the elevator pitch? I think I only ever played a demo of Jagged Alliance. That was like a, it's kind of like a character-based, like, I think you had like 4 operatives that you could, it was still like a turn-based, I guess turn-based tactics you'd call it. Am I thinking of the right game? Yeah. The second time Fallout's come up in the chat. I really need to play Fallout. The problem is that the old, so I'm kind of bad. I realized that Baldur's Gate is a tremendously popular like game. It's a very well respected game. There's a couple of game designers that I am in some touch with. Oh, you hire mercs. Okay, so I think the demo only gave me the mission part. But yeah, like there's a developer I know who like loves, like easily considers Baldur's Gate like one of the top ones. And the thing about it is I've played it. I haven't gotten very far in it, and I actually have a lot of trouble running into people who, while they talk about how great Baldur's Gate is, who have actually gotten to the end of Baldur's Gate. And it makes me wonder if it's one of these games where people feel like they need to say lots of really good things about it, despite the fact that maybe their enjoyment isn't equal to what they say. But like, I'm not trying to say that Baldur's Gate isn't a good game. I'm really, oh, mercs, you hire mercs and send them. Sorry, I get it now. Yeah. Sorry, the delay and probably the time I've been streaming probably is messing with me a little too much, but my apologies. But yeah, anyways, like, again, it's not to say that Baldur's Gate isn't good. I actually even enjoyed the bit of time that I spent in it. Like, the only thing is that I also sort of know, like, apparently, because I played like a wizard or a mage or whatever the proper term is, like, the game didn't really seem to be balanced for like the character you chose to play. So it's really easy to die in that first encounter in the tavern. And I actually found it really hard to get into the game. Now, once I got past that, I suddenly got into it a little bit more, but I'd already spent so much time playing that game. I still have it on my iPad, but yeah, it definitely indicated to me that style of RPG I think is really interesting, and I kind of wish I liked it more. But I actually also found Pillars of Eternity, so I actually will play Baldur's Gate again. I am finding Pillars of Eternity an absolute chore to get through. There are some times where it kind of interests me, which has kept me going, but like it's hard. It's just really hard for me to keep engaged with that game. And so knowing this is how I react, I'm kind of worried that I'm going to try Fallout and find out that it's just another one of these ones where I'm not wired the way to enjoy it. So Warlords 2, one of the earliest games to combine both role-playing and turn-based strategy. Warlords 2 is set in a fantasy world featuring giants and elves. You fight against AI to secure control of various cities across a vast kingdom, gradually expanding your empire through both diplomatic and militaristic means. The original Warlords 2 was praised for its excellent AI and variety in customizable scenarios that encouraged players to take different tactical approaches. I mean, sounds like a good time to me. All right, we now have oh, interesting. So we just needed one defensive pact with these guys. Huh. We now have like-minded friends with whom we can pursue joint goals. Relations with Chalkidike were improved by 11%. Your influence spread to 2 city sites of Chalkidike. Resources yields additional 9 knowledge. New strategic objective, Visions of Empire, has been agreed upon, and new strategic objective, Eastern Thracia, has been agreed upon. Cool. Envoy succeeded. Peace with Ionia was successfully signed. So they want 2 iron, 1 coal, and 1 food. I'm a little worried about the food thing, but otherwise this looks like a good deal. 1 coal. In Brodos army, okay, that's fine. We knew that was going to happen. Influence of Macedonia in Capron is growing, and morale in the city has dropped by 20. Groups of powerful citizens led a campaign in the city and stirred waves of public unrest. Influence of Macedonia in Acanthos is growing, and the morale of the city has dropped by 20%. Groups of powerful citizens led a campaign as the city stirred waves of public unrest. 1.3 is missing to supply the trade route with Chalkidike, and the trade agreement could be cancelled as a result. So I'm a little... I think there may be a worry here about the... Okay. Unbelievable. This is that nomad I was looking for. So we'll probably wind up founding a city somewhere up here, but for now, let's keep looking for goodies. Okay, so that was this settler was designed to sort of link up all of the new resources that I've got. It seems to me like we should probably heal up before we go after the bad guys. We also want to get these folks into a place where they're going to be happy. So I want to keep an eye on this and see if I skip a turn with full supply, does their morale go back up? All right, seems to me like it makes sense for us to good lord. There are now military units in this region. This is terrible. I think it would be wise to build a Peltast just in case. And we are going to need a lot of resources to fix this place. Okay, we'll see what happens, but I'm assuming we are in for a couple of tough turns. Maybe I mean, essentially, we're kind of back to some of our first encounters in the tutorial. I feel a little hard done by that they didn't take the road, but... no, I think that was another game. Well, I'll let Index Gnome speak for themselves, but I believe in this case, this is we're going down memory lane of interesting strategy games that we've played. The more I think of this, I'm actually kind of interested in how they do Troy in this. Oh, if that general moved in there, I wonder if they found the treasure. You know, the maddening thing about it, too, is that as soon as you find the name for that game, there's gonna, and you do a search on YouTube for it, there's gonna be a bunch of videos of people doing long plays of it. And, because YouTube is optimized for searching for the name of the thing you're looking for, as opposed to that strategy slash RPG game I really liked, which had dungeon crawling as well as a strategic layer. Like, we just aren't able to access that sort of stuff. I think this might be the last turn. I'm noticing it's almost midnight, and I still need to write. There's actually a few things I want to do tonight, but writing is definitely one of them. I am kind of happy to see Athens get their ass kicked, but I know I'm going to have to deal with these people. Although I guess Boeotia's like been making friendly gestures to me, so... Oh man, Athens has fallen. You found the song you're searching for on Google many times by typing da da la la da dum da dum da dum da. Oh, that may not be good for my general. Oh no, they're still alive. Cool. I'd actually think... I think Apple owns Shazam now, but I feel like... Oh, you bastards. Surely the gods will smite them. Oh, that gets destroyed? Jesus. Actually, that wasn't... I don't think that was... Or was that population? It'll probably tell me what I... Yes, Index, no. You're looking to be hired, right? Federation proposal. Do you want to merge with the Thessalian League in Federation? As long as I'm the leader. Ethics is a branch of philosophy concerned with values, human morality, and the concept of right and wrong conduct. Ethical claims supported by religious traditions are often aimed at lower classes of the society, promoting obedience and modesty. Ethical standards lead humanity on the way to a good life and happiness. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, Vanguard, I think Index runs a small firm, so. But I actually didn't. I think you may have mentioned this once before, but it kind of got wiped from my mental hard drive. Index. I didn't realize, at least for me, that seems news that you tried developing a game. Do you still do some kind of game development, or do you sort of focus on your bread and butter? Surviving in a hostile environment, especially if wounded, is required a range of skills to provide oneself with the basic necessities such as water, food, and shelter, as well as the ability to dress wounds. Basic navigation through unknown terrain would also be needed in order to find a way back to safety while evading capture. So yeah, Vanguard, you're describing the two problems I have had in any thought to try and ever hang my shingle in the out in the world. First of all, I'm terrible at pricing myself. I think possibly every job I've ever had has had some union or at least entity that functions very much the same way as a union. So I am very bad at setting prices for myself in general. In fact, I believe the last time I had to set my price, the people hiring me had a very nice, friendly laugh and promptly raised my rate and offered to pay me that rate in US dollars. Just maybe a lesson in terms of how much I should be valuing my time. But in fairness, though, right, like my economist rate should not be the same as my streaming rate. I am a considerably better economist than I am a broadcaster. So I also don't think that's, like I'm not going to charge what I make in my day job. But then the second problem is like, where do the customers come from? I have no idea how businesses work. Like I was looking at some data on it's an online thing, and like just it's just some numbers from like businesses and stuff like that, just kind of getting an idea of how an industry works. And like I remember taking a look, and it's like, man, like $3 million for this little thing in one quarter. I was like, that's a lot of money. And then I was thinking, is like, for some businesses, $3 million in a quarter would be like, oh God, everybody brush up on your resumes. We're going down. So I have absolutely no conception about how the real world works at this point. Although I think at some point I should try and put together something on... I've noticed I've done enough sort of data work for game developers. I feel like there might be a little added value that I do. But on the other hand, like I'd be working with indies, and I don't necessarily feel all that great, siphoning off a bit of those revenues, because I know they're really struggling to keep the lights on in some cases. So I don't know, I'll figure it out. Always making some game in your free time, but you never do it with the aim of finishing them, mostly for fun and learning new stuff. Yeah, I actually, once I found out about Embark, so like, in fairness, like Embark does a lot of work. So like when Embark first did their like AI driven animation, there was a whole universe of problems created as soon as they had to put that into Unreal, because like when you're running a simulation, you can actually like properly simulate physics. If you try and do that in a video game, you're not going to have any processing power left to actually have the stuff that people want to see in the game run. So of course Unreal or wherever, I mean, I'm sure Embark's working on their own engine, but most of their stuff's done in Unreal right now. So being able to make that stuff still read properly and like be performant in an environment where physics is a bunch of really fun little fictions that that we tell ourselves to run quickly and sort of simulate the world as we want it to run for our games is a very different proposition. But like that strikes me as something interesting enough to like kind of want to sit down and work on it. And that was kind of an angle where I could set or say, oh, you know what, there might be a couple of game ideas, or not game ideas, but like a couple of game related things that might be in my wheelhouse that I can work with. Now, obviously, like I have ideas for games, but I think everybody has ideas for games. I think probably what matters is people actually implementing those ideas. So those I've kind of just, I put them on the shelf in case one day I suddenly become a considerably better artist, programmer, composer, writer, all the different things that you need to be. But no, that's really cool. I kind of feel like it's actually the same, your motivation may be the same reason I actually originally talked to some gaming companies for their data, just because I was kind of bored at work and I wanted to try and at least keep my skills from atrophying more than they already had. But I also I think you said this the first time I mentioned this, you said you have no clue how to price yourself. You just normally ask for 50% more than what they say they want to pay. I don't think I have the courage to do that. I think I'd be too scared of losing the work. Advancing armies often built camps as a safe fortified position and a rallying place. Entrenched campsites were vital when conquering new lands. Many were later transformed from temporary sites to permanent fortified settlements and became centers of local administration and a stronghold of power. Light cavalry units were used as scouts were replaced by units of skilled riders who could steer the mount with one hand while fighting with the other. This great mobility, using the horse as a battering ram and having the height advantage, made the cavalry units very effective. No, this is the one time I would have considered peace, but they took territory from me, so I'm going to have to tell them to take a hike. I think I am going to do the strategy review, though. Morale increased by 15%. Your men still trust your leadership and will follow your command with new vigor. I'm going to say no. One, because of the slaves, but two, I'm a little worried that we may not be getting enough food. No to Lydia. Athens was conquered. Hoplites have conquered Athens. Boeotia is now controlling what used to be the capital of the whole world. The great city has fallen again, and history repeats itself. The tribe of Illyrians was entirely destroyed. The Illyrian tribe was totally destroyed, and all their settlements were either burned to the ground or assimilated. They certainly deserve our respect, both as the original inhabitants of these lands and as fierce and courageous warriors. Huge changes. 3.1 is missing from our supply trade route with the Thessalian League. That's weird. We'll start the turn. Okay, so first of all, can I repair the city? Yes. We will do so. So yeah, we've got a considerably larger empire now. I don't know if we inherited the units, though. Yeah, there's actually not a whole lot here. We didn't really inherit a lot of extra units. Okay. You're healthy enough to fight. Oh, sort of healthy enough to fight. How about we try and... We'll move you to a place you have supply. So there's a reason why I'm doing this. If I hit F7... So... what I need to be doing, like when I take a look at places like Nithoni, it's like if I had F7 here, like 41% on loyalty isn't exactly warming my heart. Okay, here's what we'll do. We'll review our units and then make our moves. And we'll also cancel the rest of that move. Yep. Okay, the Nomad, again, we're trying to... First thing we're trying to do is just clear out the remaining tiles. No! God damn it! I really wish there was an undo button for moves like that. I think I hit the wrong unit there. No, they're still working. Most of what you do is some sort of UX research, so can't say that you're cheap. We mostly work with larger companies that don't have a lot of in-house for some strange reason. Yeah, I mean, you have... I mean, obviously you know your industry better than I do. I guess I just have to assume that, you know, it's kind of the same reason anyone would specialize, I'm assuming. It's just sort of... I mean, well, okay. I guess there's two halves to this, which is like, that's all well and good to say until like the bill comes in and then everybody's yelling and is like, why don't we have our own capacity for this? But yeah, I that's always been my kind of guess. I'm gonna starve this unit again like an idiot. All right. I think I'll just have to live with the consequences for that. Were they at full morale? $83. Okay. Oh, hang on. There's the... Okay. That's a lot... That makes a lot more sense. Okay. I think it's probably better to keep... Oh, hang on. So I did get more than one unit. Interesting. And ships. Oh, God. So they're very disloyal, and the morale is flagging. Possibly because they don't actually have a port. General Sildomos in Agiopelagos has found itself about one tile from sirens. Crew and passengers must be vigilant in order to sail around them unharmed. Oh, crazy! Alright, I'm gonna have to look into that later. It's just so much more costly if you don't get the UX work started early in the dev cycle. If you wait to call in people from the outside later, then it will become very expensive. Yeah, there's holes all over the map here. I would not be surprised if we lost our chance. Okay. I'm actually going to reload this turn. I'm going to start with that general just to see if I screwed that up or not. It's interesting. I mean, it's interesting to incorporate that other area so that I can see the naval stuff, but it's definitely added a lot more for me to do at a time when I was still sort of finding my feet. I'm really happy I found those indicators on the units. So I think because they're sort of gray and up in the corner here, I didn't quite realize what they were up to. More importantly, I can undo that terrible misclick. Okay. Thank heavens. All right. The hidden riches have finally been found by General Orestes. The booty was 37 gold, 17 iron, and our prestige at home grew as well. 46.5 influence and 31.5 happiness. We may lose the general to the Athenian counterattack, but then we'll also be able to build a new temple. So. What is it currently busy with? Oh, I guess I already told it to build. Okay. Okay, healing. Let's try not to kill my... Or not try not to starve my horses again. Okay, we'll skip over you. You know what? No, I should stay in the city just in case there's morale problems. I sort of wish I understood what these 2 bars on the city title meant. Maybe that's covered in the library. Yeah, like, obviously that doesn't appear on every city, but it doesn't seem to describe it. I think we'll leave it for there. Okay, so we'll skip over you for now. This unit's going to heal. Turns out there was another unit. Now it's nomads, so they're probably not going to be that helpful. Against the Athenians. Well, we can at least maybe claw back some territory. Let's also take a quick look at what my okay, did not realize we were at war with Thessaly. You know, just a cheeky little take some territory. Okay. Probably safe to say we gotta get out of here. Okay, these are peltasts, so we want them to defend or retake Methoni. Your latest game project that will never get finished is a colony sim inspired by Terra Nova. I actually haven't heard of Terra Nova before. But this seems to be something I say very frequently, so I'm out of the loop. Okay, so I'm curious whether or not I lose my general, and then I'm also curious whether or not I lose my city. That general, assuming that I can kind of get them home safely, will actually make the difference in this case. Okay, so I'm happy that if the Athenians do decide to attack me there, they're going to be weaker. I am also intrigued. We talked about this before, but like obviously it takes me so long for the self heal. I can definitely see why you would want to invest the resources to bring your. Oh yeah, no, I didn't realize it was a TV show. I've like, is it a new TV show? Even if it's an old TV show, I wouldn't have heard of it probably. But yeah, no, I'm not at all familiar. It's going to be another Google. So I feel like half of my time after stream is just going to be spent on Google figuring out how the world works. This is worrying. But they're still alive, so my general's going to get the hell out of there. Alright, I wish they would have put up a better fight, but basically we're back to where things were in the tutorial. Fortunately, they only have one military unit, so we should be able to reclaim it. I think probably the question is going to be how much more like how much do we need to dedicate to clearing them out? Chalkidike and Euboea signed confederation. Political collaboration of these two states can throw off the current balance of power. You should consider the possible consequences of this union for you. We're at war. Corkira has declared war on us. Reason, opponent's political situation, and number of wars. Peace proposal. Do you want to accept signing a peace treaty from the Odresian Kingdom? Let's go for it. Methone has been captured by Athens. Methone was captured by Miltiades' army. Many people left the city to escape the violence and possible death. New administration was established there, and the city stays under the control of Athens. Okay. Again, we self-heal. I'm going to try something new here, so I'm going to go by diagonals. Because it does seem like, yeah, I get big swaths of territory when I do that. So the first thing I want to do is get this general, like, in a reasonable state for me. So I'm going to guess those two columns might be the morale and loyalty. Okay, we'll get them to heal. Run for your lives. Oh, what the hell? Why is it 2 to go there, but... Alright. Oh, crazy. So my previous treaties with Chalkidike do not seem to apply anymore. Screw this, I'm out. Okay, I'm going to contribute the little that I can in terms of taking territory. Alright, now... I thought I had pretty good road networks, but it seems like I'm wanting. So there's kind of an argument for one over there. I can do the big road project. Oh, nope, they still want to go through Aga. That's interesting. So it doesn't see any value in building along this side. Huh. Okay. We'll start with this. I'd rather not encounter the sorcerer, thank you. What I may want to do, though, is build a blacksmith. So blacksmith acts as resource multiplier for mines in its vicinity. So if I were to put the blacksmith... like... oh god, that thing's got an enormous range. So just drop one of these here. Is there a way I'd be able... oh, nuts. I was thinking if I could, like, drop one... now, this is sufficient. This is also on the road, so... did we repair this place already? We did not. Okay, so that still doesn't answer what the settler should do. So we're gonna build the roadway to... basically, I want to just try and build as many roads as I can to improve... so one, improve the supply lines, but two, make it just so that I can get all my units where they need to be faster. I am really tempted to try and poke this guy, but... what am I doing? I needed that settler for the expansion out here. Oh no, we have a settler here already. Okay, let's try that again. So same strategy as before. We're going to build the road so that the network improves. I will station this unit here. It does mean that I can't get them to heal up, but at the very least I've got a presence inside the city. So yeah, the big question here is, do I commit... like, do I take the morale loss knowing that I'm going to be able to hit the nomad? Or do I... no, I think we'll skip the turn. Okay, so at some point, I'm going to want to improve my cities. I think I'm also going to want to try some diplomacy at some point. Yeah, so they're not interested in... they're not interested in relations right now. Thessaly doesn't want peace. Alright, well, I mean, if this is who we're fighting against, I'm actually not that worried. Okay, so we are at war with Thessaly, we are at war with Aetolia. My biggest worry is not so much the size of these nations as the fact that I don't have any units in the area. So perhaps, let's take a quick look at happiness. Yeah, so we're getting close to our army cap. I do think that it may be prudent to build at least one more Peltast. All right, and we will leave it at that. We will continue on in... I'll try to do this next week. I might still want to change it up, especially because if I can, it'd be nice for me to get a little bit of a better... so, like, obviously I feel like I'm getting a little bit more confident in terms of how the game works, but I still sort of feel like I'm kind of groping around and then just sort of vomiting out words in response to that. And it'd be nice to have a little more confidence kind of going into the game and just saying it's like, okay, so here's the strategy, here's how we're going to implement it, and this is why I think this is the right way to go. But obviously that involves me spending a little more time with the game as well as spending a little more time with the manual. But I'm definitely interested in continuing to play this as kind of an ongoing thing. And of course, let me know how you feel about the game and if you're interested in seeing more of it. But Cube Games is actually, so one thing I actually also really like about Cube Games is that they're very engaged with people who broadcast and play the game. I felt very happy to see a tweet or a message from them. Like my personal hope is that I actually get to play Age of Alexander and Rome versus Carthage. It's just I've not requested those DLC specifically because if I'm still sort of finding my feet on the in the tutorial, I'm probably not really going to be showing people what they're getting as part of the the material inside of the expansions. So hopefully you all got something out of this. I am taking a quick minute here just to see if I can find someone online. I'll see if anybody's playing Imperiums or if there's somebody who I know. And it's, no, sorry, I did see your message. So 2010, Steven Spielberg was a producer, canceled as everything else at some point. Interesting. Yeah, I have a decent idea in terms at least of what Spielberg's up to. But it's, yeah, that completely, I completely missed that. So what are we looking at? There's also a few more of you here than I was expecting. So hello, everybody. So yeah, we got a few people. So I mean, Wilshand is it's a journey, hard to be an expert when you don't play it all the time. It's fun. I'm glad it was fun to watch. Yeah, and I mean, this is also a little bit of a trial balloon for some of the more complicated stuff. So in terms of my short list for big complicated games I would like to do either on a stream or on YouTube. I'll include this one now, but Shadow Empires, Command Modern Operations, Dominions 5, and Conquest of Elysium 5 would probably qualify as those. And I mean, again, they're not the hardest games ever to learn. I mean, Command is definitely complex, but this is definitely a style that I am interested in doing more. Please, Command, you really want to see someone play it? Yeah, I have it and I have played it for a bit, Vanguard, but the tutorial took me a few tries to get I learned about the thermocline from the my pronunciation's all over the map. From that tutorial. So I kind of feel like I need to read some nonfiction books and then go back to the Command tutorial to really get a handle on it. There's a lot going on in that simulation. So anyways, I think I'm gonna raid Tiberiosity tonight. Tiberiosity is currently playing Cyberpunk 2077. Only caveat I will give you about Tiberiosity is that they've enabled follower or sub only chat. So I know that's not 100% for everyone. I'm not crazy about it, but they are a fellow Canadian, and I do think they need I don't know. I think it's a decent enough host. Or I could say they're the best available. Anyways, thank you everybody for watching. I will be back most likely Monday for probably more Terra Invicta. Wednesday, if I can manage it, we'll possibly go back to Industries of Titan because it looks like there's a new update there and there may be something in the experimental branch for us. And Imperiums has definitely been something I've been doing on Fridays for a while, although I do have a couple of things that I would like to kind of get back into the mix. So whether we do that tonight or whether we do that next week or whether, I shift out, we'll see. I mean, it kind of depends how I'm feeling on everything. But as always, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, I'm happy to see you whenever you stop by. Have a wonderful weekend, and we'll see you in the next one. Bye.